Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick,
Happer.
good afternoon.
Hello. Now, John, don't get triggered.
What's wrong, Nick?
You're not in the video stream. I'm just letting you know.
Well, thank you for saying something.
Excellent job
first
by
of all,
you, Nick.
First of all,
nice thumbnail, Nick. Can Nebraska do it?
Hey, look at that recent search. Just give me the damn number.
What does that mean?
That's from Dumb and Dumber.
It's from Dumb and Dumber.
Oh,
Which I talked about
For God's sake, just give me the damn number.
at our potluck today. I talked about that movie.
Josh and I talked about it during the break today, and
Oh.
we said if we did like a yearly or like a bi-yearly screening of Dumb and Dumber and rented out a movie theater, do you think people would come and watch it with us?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know.
Are you going to yell when you're in line waiting for concessions about how much you love the movie and then quote it, but kind of badly?
Look,
No,
look,
I won't
look,
say
I mean,
anything. It's a movie.
look at Josh. I mean, look at this. I mean,
Super penis.
strike.
That was to prove to Nick, who was mad at me.
That's true.
Got him. All right, time to go to page 2, Nick.
Superb owl.
page 2.
So we're gonna start
Good
watching.
Lord.
I like how it says "oi."
We're gonna start watching old Super Bowls today. I
Yeah,
guess.
I had an idea within the last couple of months, Happer, of going and watching as many old football games as possible
How
and
many football
learning
games there are,
and
Josh?
learning about the NFL. Like go all the way back to 1924, and watch the NFL. But that's not on YouTube. What is the earliest game?
Okay, well,
Why are you struggling with typing so much, John?
No, I accidentally hit clear instead of
Oh, okay.
backspace.
I watched it.
The 58 NFL championship is on
Now,
here.
great game, the greatest game that's ever played.
Why is it easier to find baseball games from the 40s and 50s than it is to find football games from the 50s and 60s?
Baseball was more
Because
popular back
baseball
then.
was much more popular.
Yeah, it's like why
Or,
can you find
They were more put together back then.
highlights of the NFL versus highlights of Maction?
I figured, I guess, they clearly had the technology to preserve these things, so why
Mhm.
weren't they? Why is it so hard to find Super Bowl one?
'Cause they didn't-
by being on
Well,
two networks.
because-
nobody knew what was real yet. Like what was going to be the league that was the historical
It's just
league of note.
yeah, and
It's like do you record everything you watch, Nick? Back when you had a VCR?
I did when I had a DVR.
When you had a VCR, though,
No,
that's the technology of the
that's
50s.
fair.
It's
When
a
professional volleyball takes over the country, Nick, they'll probably look back and they'll say,
three.
"Should we watch
Boom.
yeah, hang on a second. I'm gonna try one.
PVF
Don't click
for
clear again.
the
A lot of
other
those-
one?"
Okay,
A lot of those are.
God, I hate
Right.
the clunkiness of this.
But I'm
Gotta go-
saying like
why
like,
wouldn't they put the little X thing down there?
No,
The other-
I see what you're saying, Happer. I see what you're
I'm
saying.
just curious to see. I don't think two.
I'm very
exists.
I'm preservation pilled. I want everything to be preserved in some way.
you are that.
Well, you
Do you
would have
keep all your
been
fingernail clippings?
Yes, Josh.
What are
That's
you, a
what I meant
hoarder?
by
Nick.
that.
You would be a very, very rich man right now.
Oh,
Well, I see. I don't think that's the
you
broadcast.
might as well
It's
try
2.5 hours. What else is it going to be?
Looks like it's the NFL film.
Yeah,
That could just be a thumbnail, though.
yeah.
Happer, don't you know about thumbnails?
I had heard about them.
Are you gonna...
Let's just do 3.
Okay, fine.
I
Because 3 is the first good, like
I mean, it's
This is
not a
close
big game.
one.
What's on
Close
this
one.
Whoa, it's a pie.
Oh yeah, it's a pie.
Oh yeah, Kelsey. Shout out to Kelsey, great friend of the Grum.
Thank you, Kelsey.
You're not going to go to the.
Well, I wanted to see. I thought there was a longer one. See, like you can get the whole pregame.
we want to watch the game. Though.
Yeah, I know, but I think there's a longer version.
Then 2.5 hours. I mean,
Yeah, because
how
that's kind of an edited version.
long-
Try
okay.
my taco pie.
Shout out Kelsey,
But if
great
it's
friend
not,
of
we'll
the
go back to that
Grum.
one.
She brought us a pie. Now there are no apples in some of that because of me.
Because you're a little wine baby.
I'm not. I
Little
didn't-
pea boy.
She could have done whatever she wanted. I didn't ask for no apples. I like apples. Do not put it on the internet that I don't like apples.
Why did she not include apples?
I
in
don't
her
like
pie, then?
apples in pie.
I don't like things that are.
Oh yeah,
cooked.
warm fruit.
Yeah,
Would you
Josh
Yeah.
hates warm
John, I don't
fruit.
think you're going to find it. I think you should
I
just
could
go
have
all the way.
swore that there was a longer one on there.
Are you sure the one that we found wasn't the one?
Josh?
John?
I know what I'm talking about.
You're talking to the
Ta-
man.
talking-
here.
you're talking
my
to someone
guy
who
all
spent-
wrong.
you're
scrolling.
talking
Do
to
it
someone-
again. I'll
you're
stab
talking
you in
to-
the face with a
You're
soldering
talking
iron.
to someone who did a lot of this type of stuff during COVID.
Mm.
There used to be a longer one, but I think they probably took it down because this is the official cleansed NFL version. That's a little edited, but that's fine.
It's going to be great.
You mean the woke edit?
Nice.
Sad.
Super
It's
Bowl
not so
3
much- it's not so much-
woke edit.
It's not so much woke.
I like it.
It's the one that played on NFL Network.
Joe Namath's guarantee.
Nice. What a game. What a
Wow.
game.
Remember when the Jets were good?
No.
I like because there are full broadcasts where it shows the commercials and everything, and the commercial breaks were only a minute long.
Oh,
Those days
man,
are long
that would be
gone.
awesome. How good would all of our sports be if commercials were a minute? So
Crazy.
good.
No, I want longer commercials than a minute.
Yeah, because the problem with
on
that,
the radio.
if there's only a minute-long commercial, there's going to be more of them. You'll get a 30-second commercial.
you
Well,
can-
not
between
back
every-
then. There weren't.
I'll say this: you can
Every
you can
down,
let
you'll
them,
get a 30-second
like,
commercial.
let the basketball players continue to take their time out, but just we're only in commercial for a minute.
Mm,
You know, bring it back. You see them doing nothing. Maybe you go inside the huddle,
wow.
something like that.
Stibbs writes, nobody will question whether or not the guy who ate an entire apple core likes apples or not. Were you in here when I mentioned that?
He did say
And
that.
Was that a
when you said-
fill-in? That was a fill-in
Yeah,
day?
it was last
Yeah.
week. Yeah.
Have you ever eaten a whole apple?
He eat like core
Have-
all
No, not the whole thing.
because you're a normal, well-adjusted
That'd
person.
be ridiculous.
I
John.
was a child.
Yes.
I was a
All
child.
three
How
of
much
us
of a
in this
child?
room were also children at
I
one
don't know,
point.
like 11?
That's not a child.
That's
basically an adult.
Don't make that argument, Happer. People are making those arguments right now.
11. You got to know whether or not
11
you
is
can eat a whole
18,
apple.
says Happer.
No, I didn't. No,
were,
I didn't.
were you that kid who would let other kids pay him by mixing all the stuff together on your lunch tray and eating it?
No. No.
That's
I
a
didn't
great
want
question,
my foods
though.
to touch.
Sounds like you were though.
I was like Jack Mitchell as a child.
Did you eat the
Yeah,
but
apple
the
core on
problem
a
is
dare
Jack
just
is
because
still
you
a
wanted to try
I
it?
wanted to see what was going on.
It's an apple core.
Whoa.
Now someone needs
This
someone,
is awesome.
first things first. Someone needs to address the fact that Kurt Gowdy is wearing Jets green.
Oh,
This is a very biased broadcast.
classic biased media.
Also, is this the world's first green screen?
I thought he was just hanging outside of the blue.
Hey, you know what's funny? This green screen's still better than some green screens I see today
Way better
on my internet.
on TikTok.
I mean,
Cams.
this-
Christmas
I
tree.
mean, even back then, NBC ahead of its time.
What's
Mhm.
going on behind? Is that a Christmas tree? Is that
That's a float.
Okay.
This is the pregame show.
where was this game located?
Miami.
This is an Orange Bowl, baby.
the greatest stadium of all time.
Yeah, remember?
No,
Way
it was
cooler
not.
than
Trust
Hard
me,
Rock Stadium.
it was bad.
Way
Yeah.
cool.
Super Bowl III was played on January 12th, 1969,
Nice.
and it
We
was
went to the moon later.
it kicked
We did.
off at 3:05 in the afternoon.
Wow, this is a pre-moon world. This is the last pre-moon Super Bowl.
That's right.
Wow. The Colts were favored by 19 and a half, and 41 million people watched it.
That NBC microphone is really freaking cool, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
That's a good mic
Because
flag.
it's the logo. But
Oh,
then
no,
it's...
he's going away!
Where'd he go?
Again, but it's still a better green screen than some green screens.
I agree, John.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Look at this.
Look at the Orange Bowl. I miss it. They
I-
plowed it into the earth.
It looks good.
And now it's the damn Marlin Stadium.
Sad.
Is it?
Yeah, it's on the same plot of land.
Oh, that's that.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's on the same plot of land.
Wait, but didn't the Orange Bowl exist up until
No,
several years ago?
No,
Got
they-
rid of
they-
it like a
they
decade and a half
bulldozed it,
ago.
and now the Marlin Stadium sits on the spot.
But the Marlin Stadium has been there for longer than that.
No.
no,
Orange Bowl Stadium was the last year was 2008. Miami Marlins Park.
Oh,
was
the Miami Marlins. Yes, because I thought you were thinking of Pro Player, which is where
No.
the
No, no,
Dolphins
no,
play.
no, no.
That's a different
That-
thing.
yeah,
Got it.
that's
Got it.
out in
Yeah,
the
that's different.
suburbs.
That's different.
yeah.
Sorry.
This is pretty close to downtown.
Lone Depot Park.
That's right. Yes, with the abominable statue.
Opened in
Actually,
2012.
that float is the
That's it. Yeah.
that's the sculpture at Marlin Stadium.
I think they
God.
It
removed
just
that.
looks like a big cake.
That was terrible.
It was pretty bad. And then the Dolphins would play early September games, and they'd have to play through that crap.
I will say I miss football
There
being
is a-
played with
yeah.
the infield. I missed that.
There
Me
was
too.
that.
It was cool.
There was Jack
Oakland.
Murphy. There was Oakland. There was San Francisco.
Candlestick.
Who else?
Well, I mean, you would still
oh,
see it.
the Rams when they shared Anaheim Stadium.
Wow.
The Falcons did for a bit before
Falcons.
the butthole was built.
Yep. Well, it's 2 stadiums ago because there was
They had the
Georgia
dome.
Dome between
Right.
that and Megatron's
The dirt,
PH.
man. A guy get tackled and then have dirt all like Ricky Williams when he
Yeah.
played for the Dolphins with dirt all over his uniform.
You
Those
would
were the
still
days.
late in,
Dirt in your eye.
late in the season for like the Twins. You could.
Oh.
I mean, the Twins. That was a football stadium. The Metrodome was a football.
Yes.
Hey, Minnesota.
So they had to play with the baggie and all the other stuff and the random chairs that were just flipped up against the wall.
Minnesota baseball. They play where the football team plays.
They play where the Vikings play,
The Vikings.
but that's not their home stadium.
Oh no,
They have a nice field, actually. They just can never use it because it's always so cold.
that's
Who are
fair.
you talking about?
He's talking about the golf.
Oh, you're talking
The
about
Gophers.
college
Yeah,
baseball.
yeah.
Don't care about that.
God's sport.
No, it is not. God hates
Is
that
college
sport.
baseball God's sport?
No, absolutely not.
Who's this guy, John?
That's Kyle Rote.
I don't.
Kyle who?
Kyle Rote.
Hmm.
I don't remember who he played for. but-
There's a man coming for you. Watch out.
John yelled at me earlier
So are these guys in the studio?
what?
Yeah, I think it's a green
About
screen.
what?
about my Twitter. So it got
Oh,
banned
yeah.
again.
What?
Yeah, gee, I wonder why.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I
John
told
was-
you to stop using TweetDeck.
John was
Yeah.
trying to lecture me about TweetDeck like he's my father and I'm grounded.
well, you're sorry, Josh, but you're dumb. That's what's causing it.
You don't know for sure.
I think we know
No,
now.
we definitely do know now.
Go ahead, delete the thing.
I did delete it. I did delete it earlier today.
Oh,
You don't want
you
none of this.
deleted Twitter?
No, I deleted TweetDeck. I deleted all the stuff off
Yeah,
my
because
computer.
you texted me this morning and you were like, "You got problems?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, but I think it's the whole
The whole
Twitter
Twitter
was
was
down.
down.
The whole
Twitter
Twitter
wasn't
was down.
working
Whole
right
Twitter was
away.
down.
HuskerMax.com, a fine website, was down.
And then
even.
you said, "Well, I got an email that said I was
Jeez.
banned again." And I
geez,
said,
Matt,
well, I
you're,
didn't.
Matt, you're only 12 days late.
Oh,
That
nice,
rule.
nice, John.
rule.
Nice. Yeah.
Wouldn't that
So
have
I'm
been
done.
funny?
I put in like one more time. I said I didn't do anything, but I
They'll
haven't
give
heard
it
from
back,
them. I
but-
think I'm done.
They'll give it back.
Hit
But
me up on Blue Sky, everybody.
it's time to stop using TweetDeck, man.
I deleted it off my computer. This is a sad day.
You let
Do
Elon
you know how
win.
hard it's going to be to retweet things?
I
during
do.
the
I've been
show?
living with that reality for the last 2 weeks.
Golly, that sucks. John doesn't even converse with our listeners anymore, except for that annoying Doug guy who just yells at.
Well, that's because I'm going off of my Twitter account.
Yeah, but you don't see anything at USC.
It's hard to
1620
switch back
anymore.
Well,
and forth.
occasionally, but
There's
only
all
when I
sorts of nice
switch.
people over there who are like, John, I love your work.
Yeah, I
And
have
he's
to,
like,
like,
I'm ignoring you.
Well, okay, you probably follow me. Tweet at me then.
Mm.
I had to try and reprogram
people-
people to not tweet at Happer Show anymore. Tweet at me, otherwise I won't see it.
Wow.
It's been.
What about
hard.
Odson? Doesn't Odson see it?
Well, Odson sees it, but
He doesn't tell you about it.
He doesn't tell me about it. He
That's
just-
a bummer.
Yeah, he doesn't say anything.
Very
about it.
sad. Wow, this is a long pregame show.
Yeah, they're showing more of it than
Who's
I
this
thought.
guy?
That's Al DeRogatis.
Was
did
he
he
So
like,
they had 2 color analysts for this game.
What's his bit? What
three-man
position
booth.
did he play?
I don't remember.
was
who-
he like 23 in this?
I'm guessing not, but he probably.
Okay, is he older than I am right now? I'm 37. What's his
'Cause, like,
name, John? What?
Al DeRogatis.
Young men looked way older back then on account of the
I'm going to
whiskey
say
and
he is
cigarettes.
the same age as you.
Yeah,
in there.
that's really close.
This is 1969.
I'm gonna go younger.
Nice.
I'm gonna say he's 35.
I'm gonna go younger.
What did you say, John? You said older?
You said same.
That guy, right? So John, he is older than I am.
Okay.
Oh,
He was born in 27.
wow.
See,
He
I
was
I couldn't tell.
wait.
I thought it said 18 something. I was like, damn. He was
yeah, so
old.
he was 42.
42.
Barely older than I am.
He was born the same year as the 1927 Yankees.
Whoa.
Wow.
Murderers Row.
How convenient.
Because
Wow.
I saw
All
what's
right.
his-
Well, he looks good for 42 and 69.
He does.
Nice.
I bet he's like one of the 7 people that didn't smoke.
because I saw this today. All right, I just want to confirm that this is true. Okay, it is. Okay. So Tim Allen in The Santa Claus
Yeah.
is as old as I am at this moment in time.
Oh, really?
Whoa.
37.
Really?
And I said, what?
Yeah,
He
but
was
context,
37 in the
like,
Santa Claus.
context, we had already experienced Tim Allen being like a family dad for several years.
I guess that's
before,
true.
right?
Yeah.
You know, he was on Home
Yeah,
Improvement.
we were
Yeah, but
conditioned.
man, I mean, I guess people did
37.
We've never
have
viewed you
kids
as
at a younger
father.
age back then. so.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't have any children.
I watched a movie
Never
with
will.
Paige this weekend where Anna Kendrick played a mother of a 10-year-old, and that was really weird.
Anna
I can see
Kendrick-
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's my age, right?
No, I can see that too, but that it
I'm gonna
tripped
guess
me out a
my
little bit.
age.
Anna Kendrick. Whoa, older than both of us.
Really?
She is 40 years young.
Old ass Anna Kendrick.
Yeah, see, she can have a 15-year-old or a 10-year-old or whatever old.
She was like 30 in Pitch Perfect then.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
She could have like a high school kid,
Pitch Perfect
Yeah.
was 2012, Nick. She was 27.
Wow.
and she was acting like a high schooler
Yeah.
Passage of time,
or
Nick.
college person.
I was thinking
Yes.
about, I was watching football this weekend, and again, every Gen Z just, I think, exists to trigger me with the mouthpiece bit. I don't
Mhm.
understand this mouthpiece bit.
What
They have
mouth-
two mouthpieces. They have one
Yes,
sticking in their
hanging.
helmet.
Yeah.
Don't get it. Don't understand them. But I was thinking, how many athletes in the big four sports in America are older than me? There's not that many remaining, you know?
Oh no, it's like LeBron, and that's it.
And then soon there will be none.
Yeah.
I will be older
Wait.
than all of the pro athletes.
What about Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, well, he's older than me. That's actually what got me going down this road of
Oh,
thought.
you're not older than.
I bet it's about 50. If I had to guess,
Ooh.
I bet it's 50.
Yeah.
50
How many
hockey
professional athletes are older than 37 years old?
in the NHL, NBA, NFL,
Okay,
and
just-
Major League Baseball?
just those.
In the
I
big,
mean,
in
that is
the
more-
big four.
it-
I'm talking about
Rodgers-
your car racing garbage.
Lewis Hamilton's 44.
That's not a real sport.
Rogers,
42.
Stafford,
They're the real
Flacco.
sport.
Triggered.
That's
Team
a
sport.
real sport. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Really tough.
Is there any other
Trigger.
quarterbacks? Rogers, Stafford, Flacco.
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 I like Joe Flacco.
There might be a backup somewhere on somebody's team,
Gotta be a
right?
backup somewhere.
Let's see. Starters.
Well, Autzen said one of the Golden Girls was 41. Is that right?
That's not golden.
No.
What's that? Is that young or old? I don't know.
Well,
What's
the
that
show is about old women.
Yeah.
41 is normal.
Oh wow.
It's a normal age.
Oh, they had to have a young one in there.
Yeah, I thought the young one was like 56.
Kirk Cousins. Is Kirk Cousins older than me?
Oh, probably.
Kirk
yeah,
Cousins.
he feels old.
He is. He's older than me by 3 weeks.
Might Ben.
August of
Wow,
1988.
you're basically Kirk Cousins.
You are.
You have
a
the same
washed-
amount of Super Bowl trophies.
You are a washed backup NFL quarterback. This
Wow.
is terrible.
He's starting now
That's true.
for the rest
Whoa.
of the year.
Shout out to Michael Penix.
So
And it's up to you, Kirk, to get me my top 5 draft pick. Come on, you can do this. Blow it.
Was that 4 quarterbacks?
That was 4. Rogers, Flacco, Stafford, and Kurt.
Well, there's how old is Andy Dalton?
Andy
Ooh.
Dalton. He's active.
He is active for your Carolina Panthers.
right.
38. He's older than me.
Awesome.
There
we
you
got
go.
5.
There's another one.
5 quarterbacks.
There's no non-quarterbacks.
Well, wait a minute.
Right?
Who's that ultra journeyman guy who's been with like 85
John
teams?
Johnson.
Yeah.
No, wait, that's one of our listeners.
Uh,
Rob Johnson. No, he
Josh.
Josh
Josh
Johnson.
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 Is he still kicking?
He is. I saw him on a roster recently. We were talking about with Nick, actually. He plays for the Commanders. He is 39. That's 6.
He got 6.
Yeah, there's way more than 50.
Are there any non-quarterbacks?
See, but that's the hard part. Football might be done already.
Oh, there's probably some offensive linemen.
You think
probably
so?
a couple offensive linemen.
How
Which-
old is Lane
Which
Johnson?
sport do we think has the highest retention rate of older
Baseball.
people? Baseball?
Definitely
Yeah.
baseball.
Yeah, like Clayton Kershaw.
Although it is becoming increasingly more difficult to stick around for.
Yeah,
for his-
Kershaw would be
Yeah, well, they
around the same age
Have
as
kids
Stafford.
starting so they have people starting so early now in baseball.
Famously, John Kershaw, Stafford, high school teammates.
Really?
Have you heard
What?
this?
Whoa.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Stibbs brought up Matt Prater. He's 41. He's still kicking.
Yeah.
So we're at 7.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got a couple kickers.
I bet. So
How old is Matt Gay?
if we found, is Nick Folk still kicking?
He just sign
That
with
guy's
someone?
31.
Oh, okay,
Nick
never mind.
Folk's got to be old.
Didn't he just sign with somebody?
What's Nick Folk doing?
Nick Folk is 41.
There you go.
Nick Folk plays for the Jets.
There we go.
Is that 7 or are we at 8?
I think it's 8 now.
Okay.
But like, if let's just say we came up with 30 NFL players.
Mm-hmm.
You think there's 30 baseball players older than 37 right now active?
Got to be right. One a team.
I don't know. I mean,
Where is the list of ages?
nobody on the Royals is over 37.
NBA players older than
Not even
35.
old ass Salvador Perez.
All
Well,
right.
How old is old ass Salvador Perez?
I think he's 2 years older than me, which makes him 35.
He would have fit perfectly in 1969.
He
Nice.
would have just a dinger hitting guy.
Adam
Big,
Wainwright
big
is
man.
44.
Wainwright
Cruz is 45.
Wainwright's
Waino's retired.
I'm just Oldest MLB players. Chris Martin.
Well, do active.
Yeah.
LeBron and Chris Paul are both 40.
Yeah.
So that's another couple guys older than me.
Yep.
Verlander. Do we count Verlander?
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
active.
he's the actor.
He is.
Verlander,
Cool.
Justin Turner, Charlie Morton.
I think he had a send off, right? I believe he.
Sean, look, your new computer is here.
Oh, what great
It
timing!
looks like the exact same
What
computer.
great timing. I think
Whoa, you Darvish is 38.
Yeah. Well, he pitched in Japan for a long time.
It's a touch screen.
can I get a new cool computer like that, Chris? Why does John get all the fun toys?
He's old. We gotta take care of him before he,
John
Guys,
has very
thank you.
special requests and needs.
Thank you.
Are you
Thank
36
you,
or
Chris.
37?
37.
It is all the stuff on it that I need on it, including the thing here, the stack.
Aroldis.
Why did you put the stack? I'm going to need it for Saturday.
play around with
Happer can take care of the
Okay.
phones
I'll
on
do the
Saturday.
stack.
Aroldis Chapman, DeGrom.
That's true. I'll never need it again.
Brooks.
I'm never
Brooks
doing that
Raley?
show again
Raley?
after Saturday.
You're done.
Brooks
Done.
Raley is what?
37.
Wow.
And Blake Trennan is 37.
Blake Trinan. Blake the Witch Trinan.
Some names from Severe. Now, I don't know if Teddy Bridgewater is older than me. I'll look it up. But he
No,
says
he wouldn't be older
Bridgewater,
than you.
Josh Johnson. We looked him up. He says Von Miller. I think Von's younger than me. Mercedes Lewis, Thomas Morstead, and Calais Campbell.
Is Thomas Morstead still punting?
Thomas Morstead.
I don't think so.
Is he retired? It still says on his Wikipedia page he's with the Niners. He is older than me.
Wow.
I
Teddy
think
Bridgewater's younger than me by 4 years.
in 2025, Verlander was the oldest player in
Active.
MLB.
That-
Active.
Yeah, he was
42.
He was, yeah.
And then Charlie Morton, 41.
The NFL,
Yuri Gurriel.
the NFL
Wow.
may
Oh,
outweigh.
Max Scherzer.
Scherzer.
Sneaky. We're already like,
Yeah.
I think that's like 15.
Justin Turner, Carlos Santana,
Nice.
John and I are
Chris
on the same
Martin,
page.
you Darvish.
So I still got time.
By the way, I know who runs you Darvish's fantasy team.
Martin
They're
Maldonado.
winning the league right now.
This makes me happy. I still got a few years left before
Andrew McCutcheon.
I am old.
Andrew
and
McCutcheon
dead.
is still active. See, but these guys are done. I mean, these guys are toast. They'll all be out of the league in like 3 years.
I'm not done. I'm not toast. I got many years
You
of
are
radio.
toast,
I have
sir.
many. As long as radio exists, I'll be
Yeah,
here.
these guys are going to be joining our medium.
Nah, we're gonna whoop their asses. They
They're
don't know
gonna
how to
do
be funny.
podcasts.
Which one of those 10 that we named do you think are going to be more likely to end up in the media space?
The baseball players,
Yeah.
Their podcasts are gonna suck.
their podcasts are going to suck.
I'm a player.
Verlander,
Good take, bro.
Verlander's boring. His brother does a podcast and he joins it sometimes.
Yeah. Verlander's gonna be like, remember when you saw my ass on the internet?
Yep.
I'm like, I do.
Those were some wild times.
That was. I remember
They
that.
saw
night.
a lot of other things on that internet too.
Scherzer will have the most intense podcast.
Oh yeah. Big Red Fanatic, unrelated to age,
Hello, Big Red Fanatic.
says wish Nebraska media
Oh God, here
would
we go.
discuss our roster. To
What do
be
you mean?
honest, considering our poor roster management, 7-5 with the easiest schedule in Big Ten history is progress.
What?
I don't know. We got to talk about the roster.
Well,
Roster's bad?
Before we do that,
What?
According to StatMuse, I got the oldest NHL players. The oldest ones are
Ovechkin.
39. It's Brent Burns, then Ovechkin, and then Corey Perry,
How old is Ovechkin and Perry?
39.
Awesome.
There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 39-year-olds and
Hockey
two
is a
38.
young man's game.
Is Nebraska's football roster bad?
I don't think so.
It's pretty solid.
Definitely better than it has been.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, roster mismanagement.
Yeah, if you're saying that right now, you're probably just trying to be a rule lover.
Or a rule hater.
well,
No, you probably be a rule lover because you're like,
You
look
say,
at the
why-
job that he did with this team. It's so bad.
But he put the
Well-
roster together, so he did a bad
well,
job.
but,
That's
but
true.
wasn't the other qualifier about the schedule being?
Big Red Fanatic
Bias.
is not a rule guy.
Big Red
Yeah.
Fanatic is saying that the schedule is a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, a little bit, though.
I'll hear him.
A little
Sure.
bit.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll definitely hear him.
Yeah, they had one more win right now. It'd be a different story. But
Mm.
they do not. They do not.
That's true.
Mm.
They have 7 wins.
How dare you guys not talk about the roster?
We can talk about the roster.
Well, that's all
today.
right because next year the roster is going to be immaculate because they have the money.
That's true.
Yeah, they can get whoever they want.
No excuses.
I'm taking him at his word.
They could get Tom Brady's clone. You bet he's cloned himself.
I look forward.
yet.
I look forward to first year Husker Puka Nakua.
You don't think there's a little Tom Brady clone fetus floating in a cage somewhere?
Maybe there
Cave.
is.
Floating in a cage.
I
How
don't
does
know,
one float in a
jar,
cage?
whatever you want
A
to call
jar
it.
inside of a cage.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
A cage jar.
I mean, I think I'd want a cage cloned Brady.
wow, that's a great question, Nick. Is there a clone of Tom Brady?
They're like
in
he
the
cloned
world?
his dog. There's no way he at least had the thought. Like,
yeah.
you know?
He has most certainly asked if it's possible.
Mhm.
Oh,
If there was ever a candidate to be another Ted Williams
Nice reference.
with
Do you-
the,
Yeah,
with
I
the
know Ted
whole
Williams.
head floating in a cryogenic
Cage.
vault.
so what? Yeah, what kind of
A
odds?
vault,
would we
not a
give?
cage.
What kind of odds would we give of there being a little Tom Brady clone somewhere?
I'm going over 80%.
And has he opened?
80?
Yes.
And has Tom open mouth kissed this clown?
Oh yeah, he's always wanted to kiss himself.
Uh-huh.
Happer's ignoring.
Sorry,
this
I'm watching the
conversation.
Super Bowl, and yeah, I agree that he's been cloned.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Wow, I wonder how
I mean,
many
if he cloned
clones
his
are-
dog, he's already gone through all that work. Like, yeah,
Why
he-
not try himself?
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was
he
the
has.
dog was a test run, really.
I heard
Did
somebody
the
have that
NFL
take.
Council authorize the creation of a clone Brady?
Nice reference.
Somebody
John.
recently had that take on a podcast. It was like, oh yeah, he's definitely.
Oh,
done
wow.
this.
He's
I agree.
100% cloned himself. I
Steve
believe
says
it.
Brady kisses his own floating head clone before bed every night.
Meanwhile,
This is awesome.
He's
This
not
is-
remarried, right? He's just seeing different people.
I think he's seeing a lot of women.
If he shows
Yeah.
up with a
Young
baby, we need
women.
to DNA test it and make sure it's not a 1-for-1 match.
Wow, that's awesome, Nick.
He just looks so wrong. It's-
Here's my question for you,
Ooh,
because
topic alert.
I got a chance to really listen to him for the first time in a while, because he was on our game. Oh no, he wasn't on. Well, he was on our game, the Frisco game 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Is he getting better?
Yes.
I notice him less, which is good.
I think it's
No,
less.
notice him for the wrong reasons.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, Romo is getting worse.
I thought
and he's
in
getting
the
better.
Rams Frisco game, he did a really good job of explaining a lot of things.
See,
Romo
Wow.
is so
and that's
bad.
it's
Terrible.
cool that Brady's getting better, but I feel like we shouldn't let that take away from the fact that he's part owner of the Raiders.
Well,
That's still weird.
I know.
It is.
He was at the game last night.
But
Though, to be
it's-
fair, you know what? They suck, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Then when his clone
good
grows up,
point.
he's
They're
going to have him buy
terrible.
They
another
are
team.
really bad.
If he's getting inside information, it ain't working very well.
Ashton Genty just running into a brick wall.
Yeah, you know how bad the Cow. Now they have new players, but still, that
their
rush
defense stinks.
Yeah, and they allowed him to run for what was it, 7 yards?
It was. I think
Was
it
it
was
6,
12.
7?
Nice.
Yeah.
Unless it's a work, it's like the guys who hustle pool at a bar. They always tank the first season or the
Wait,
first
so you
one.
think Dallas did this to mess with everybody? He rushed 6 times for 7 yards.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think Brady's doing it. I think he's like, all right, we're going to do really bad this season.
Oh,
and
so
the
you
next
think-
season, no one will expect it. It'll stop people
and then
from
they'll
talking
break
about us.
through with
Yes.
their own geriatric head coach.
Then my clone will be ready by then.
This is the new Raiders quarterback, Bomb Trady. Hello, Mr. Trady.
You know, this is some
They're
pretty
true.
good football. I got to admit. This
Well,
is,
that ref got into it.
this is kind of a good watch.
What
Refs
happened,
don't
John?
do that
Really?
anymore.
When did the refs stop like in that
Great question. Great question.
touchdown?
I don't remember, but yeah, that I remember as a kid, we would always
Yeah. The
It
we
wasn't
would
just
signal
spelling, now it's
incomplete.
just
Also,
incomplete.
I just
What?
associate that with baseball.
How long
more than
ago
anything.
was it when they made them stop? They don't wear pants anymore. They don't wear football pants anymore.
Who?
The refs.
Oh, the refs.
They had the refs wearing football pants?
Oh yeah, they
Well, they
did that
look
up
like-
until like
you can-
10
well, they-
years ago. I
They
Yeah, I
think.
look
can
more
kinda
like
see it.
they look more like knickers, like
But they were
Payne
wearing
Stewart,
type stuff.
R.I.P..
Yes,
they were
May he
wearing
rest in
pants
peace.
up until like
God,
pretty
those-
recently.
those
Those
face masks.
helmets.
The face masks are amazing. I love
Johnny
those.
Look at that.
U.
Look at
Oh,
that.
No, that's not Johnny
Oh,
U.
it's not Johnny Unitas.
Johnny U will not come in until
He
the
was
second
up.
half.
Those helmets are CTE.
Yeah, he
Check it for replay.
He wasn't down. That's
he was
a bad
not
call.
down.
Officials didn't know about athleticism back in the 60s.
That was
No,
really
they did
cool.
not.
I'm telling you, this is good stuff.
See, this is going to be a fun exercise.
Yeah.
I like this.
We're going to watch the Super
It'll
Bowl.
I
be
can't
the
wait till we get to
evolution
the
of football.
Dolphins.
Yeah.
Yep,
That'll be
We're
fun.
only a couple years
Yeah, I was going to
away.
say,
I
and then
know.
we won't see them until another time, and
Like
then we won't see them again.
84, 83?
Look at you, Nick.
Yeah.
Good job by Nick.
And then it won't happen anymore.
Ever again.
Well, they got to the playoffs in 2022
That
and
doesn't count.
2023.
Yeah, Nick, as someone who also got to the playoffs, it doesn't count.
Yeah, you always get to the playoffs.
No, not anymore.
Look at that mobile quarterback
Oh,
on the run. Oh,
That's
watch
Earl.
the ball.
He threw the
stone
ball so
hands.
fast, there was
CeeDee
3
Lamb.
of them.
Earl Morrall,
What's this
baby.
guy's name, the quarterback?
Earl Morrall.
Oh, yeah.
Earl Morrall.
What's his story? What did he start for Johnny Unitas? Was Johnny
Unitas
too old?
got hurt, and then Morrall came in and became the NFL MVP this year.
Oh, not bad.
Dude, that guy is balling.
And
right
then a few years later, during the perfect season,
Oh,
he
72.
replaced injured Bob Greasy and engineered the rest of the perfect season
Yeah.
before the
Is that Regis?
playoffs. And then Greasy came back.
The
Not
guy's
Re-
last name was Philbin. Is
not-
that Regis?
Not Regis Philbin.
No, Jerry Philbin. He was a pretty good player for the Jets.
Who's number 87 for the Colts? Stone hands, not Reggie Wayne.
That's I think that's Jimmy Orr, and I think he's going to have a very impactful moment in this game.
Can you imagine, Happer, if Reggie Wayne time traveled back to Super Bowl
Oh my
3?
God. They'd be like, what is going
Is
on?
that an alien?
He would have 400 yards receiving.
That would be awesome.
They would just give it to him on jet sweeps and he would run around everyone.
What would be funnier, to bring a player from this era back in time on offense, or to bring in a player from this era on defense?
Oh, it has to be offense.
Just to see, like,
Ooh.
It has to be like Tyreek Hill.
I was just going to say, prime Tyreek Hill running around and
Yeah.
confusing the defense would be hilarious.
Right, but you got to have a quarterback that could get him
That
the
would
ball.
be. So maybe you want to
jet
have
sweeps. Just
That's
jet
why I'm
sweeps.
thinking like a
Cam Newton in his
like
prime.
you
Oh,
bring
oh my
you bring a
God.
Micah Parsons into this
Oh
world.
my gosh!
I mean, people are getting killed
These-
because
'cause these
remember the
linemen weigh like
average offensive.
250.
Yeah, maybe
Because now he's
Maybe.
small in this NFL,
See,
but he'd go back and he'd be
be
huge.
the
and
biggest
guy.
he's way faster.
Way
this is. I
faster.
feel like this is a fun exercise. Are there any quarterbacks that could have matched up with Tyreek
Oh!
in this time
Woo!
period?
Woo! What a play. Look at this guy.
Were there any quarterbacks back here that would bomb it like Tua would or
Oh
Mahomes, I
yeah,
guess?
Daryl
Oh,
Monica.
they would
Yeah.
find a way to give him the ball.
Now look at this kicker. That's a man's kicker right there.
Why does that
a
guy look
big
like
boy.
a block of
cheese.
He is a damn. That is a damn kicker
he
right
looks
there.
like
That's
a
some
literal
cheddar.
brick.
By the way, a couple comments. Stibbs and another guy, Matt, bring up
Arnold
Arnold
Darnold.
Darnold, Aaron Donald. That'd be fun. Derek Henry says Matt, and then prime Mike Vick writes Hank. Mike
Okay.
Vick running around back
Yeah,
then.
but you could just take Tyreek Hill and make him the quarterback, and it has the same effect.
Isn't that great?
What a weirdo.
He missed it.
But look at how modern his face mask looks.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
true.
same helmet that Aaron Rodgers is wearing today.
Basically,
True.
it might be the exact same helmet. They just repainted it. Hey, would you like Lou Michaels' helmet
Whoa.
from Super Bowl III? Yeah, I'd like to wear it in a game.
You know,
Sure, why not?
God,
I
can
knew.
someone AI that seriously? Can we put Tyreek Hill into this game right now, please?
Hey.
Well, if you put Tyreek Hill in this game and it's in Miami, there's a good chance he does get arrested and he does not get to play in the game.
Look at those graphics.
Now-
Our Canva graphics are better than that.
He threw
Yeah.
for a record 4,000 yards.
Wow.
So NFL stats question, because this always
Now, in
confuses me.
fairness, it was a shorter
14 games.
That's
Is
pretty good,
Indianapolis credited with the Super Bowl appearance, or is it the Ravens?
This is Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the Colts franchise.
Yeah.
Ravens were new.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the Titans, though, well, I guess the Oilers never went to a Super Bowl. But if the Oilers had, they would have that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The Titans would. It's dumb.
So then the Ravens didn't get any of the Brown stuff. The Browns got all the Brown
Browns
stuff.
Browns
Correct.
got all the Brown stuff back. Yeah.
That's the only team that got to keep its history,
Yeah.
even though the original team moved.
Like the Lakers have the Minneapolis stuff,
Mhm.
much to Bill Simmons'
Even the name.
chagrin,
Mhm.
including the name.
So weird.
Yep, indeed.
So
I mean, there are some lakes in California. You just
Like
gotta,
two of them.
you got to drive a little bit to get there.
Yeah.
If you squint really hard and look in San Francisco Bay, it kind of looks like a lake.
You think they should have
Sure.
changed their name? What would they have changed their name?
The Colts?
No, the Lakers.
Ooh, that's a good question. If the Lakers would have been asked to change their name,
I remember there was an
'Cause
idea.
When did they move? Was it the 70s?
Late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
There
Okay.
was an idea for the Clippers.
probably
after,
the Stars. I bet they would have been the Stars.
See, after Donald Sterling sold them, like there was a big rebrand conversation going on. And there was an idea to call them the Hollywood Knights, which I
Oh.
thought would have been really
That's
cool.
kinda cool.
It was Hollywood.
Like I thought like, calling a team the Hollywood somethings would have been
Should
pretty
just call them
sweet.
the Bob Seegers. Would've been
That was
awesome.
before Bob.
Yeah, you're right, John. Los Angeles
No, Donald
Stars.
Sterling.
LA
that was like
Stars
20
probably would
years
have been that,
Yeah. Los
given
Angeles
the
Stars.
timing and everything.
That'd have been pretty good.
They should rebrand the Clippers, by the way. I mean, they kind of have.
I
like,
think
a bunch of
Clippers
times.
is kind of I think that's a cool name. It makes sense. There's boats out there.
Not as many as in San Diego,
That's fair.
which is where they started.
They should call them something different and cooler.
But before that, weren't they the
Did the-
Buffalo Braves? They came from Buffalo
Didn't
originally.
they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Buffalo
was going to say.
to the Clippers.
Yeah.
To LA, they
Joe.
renamed it.
Oh,
See,
That
if
was
Reggie
rough.
Wayne would have been there, he would have caught it.
Would a
Tyreek
Jet-
would have caught
would a
that.
Jets receiver of today have caught that ball?
Probably still.
Probably not.
And Garrett Wilson, I guess, plays for them.
Are the 69 Jets better than the 2025 Jets?
There's a good chance the 69 Jets, technically it's the 68 Jets.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Don
would
Maynard
beat
was a
this year's.
plumber.
Severe says,
He does actually look like a plumber.
Severe says Lake Tahoe is a nice lake.
That's a
Well,
lake.
Tahoe. Is there a Lake Tahoe in California? I thought that was in
Is that in
Nevada.
Nevada? Is there another one? Or is it in
which
might
one?
be the
Or is there
same.
one? Or is there one in Nevada too?
I think it's Nevada. I think that's in Nevada.
It looks like it
Nevada?
borders. It borders.
Oh, it
It's
borders.
over.
Okay.
It's split right down the middle.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah.
the baby
that
from the
counts.
Bible.
That counts.
Cut that lake in half. You know about that story from the Bible?
No.
No. All right.
Really? That's an interesting story.
What's the story?
There was a woman who had a baby, and another woman said that was her baby. And so, was it King David?
Mhm.
Was like, cut that baby in half.
Then you can both have a baby.
And then you can both have half of the baby.
How'd it
and
work out?
only one woman was like, no. And he was like, that's the mom.
Oh, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah. They didn't have DNA tests back then.
Which is interesting
you
because
have cut the baby in half threat.
Yeah, but
Threats.
man, those episodes of Springer back then must have been a hoot.
that woman who was pro cutting the
King
baby in
Solomon,
half,
thank you, Jamie.
I don't think she understood that you would have had half a dead baby. Like, you're not getting anything from that. Why wouldn't you
She's
also
a
object?
masochist.
She just hates kids.
She hates kids.
That baby is a Tom Brady clone.
Interesting. No, I never heard that before.
Dwayne says, I used to split the baby at work once, and everyone looked at me like I was insane.
To be fair, that's
Split the baby.
let's just split the baby here, guys.
Mm.
the baby. Oh,
We were splitting a
Whoa.
lot of foods downstairs.
See, I
at our
told you the
potluck.
breaks were always a minute.
look at that.
Nice
the Dodge
try.
Ram looked a lot like the new one back in the 60s.
Yeah, Dodge was very forward thinking back in
Good
1969.
cameras. Nice job.
They always made sure the commercials were shot better than the game.
Looks like their version of the commercials being louder.
All right. Well, there you go.
Good crossover, everybody.
That's it.
Hope you enjoyed our look back at Super Bowl III,
Mm-hmm.
among other conversations.
Many topics.
John, it
Including
was great to
splitting
see
babies.
you
Yep.
in real life.
Good to see
Tomorrow
you, too.
you'll be in jail.
Tomorrow I will be in jail.
Wow. But then you'll see him on the floor, and you'll take a fun picture like last Friday.
I won't take any pictures. I never take pictures.
Would you like to see a picture?
I guess I made it a screenshot.
Yes,
That
you
was
took a
fun.
picture.
Yeah,
You
that
took
was-
a picture.
Yeah, I did. That was fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
The crossover or crossover
Mm.
or crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum on a Tuesday on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Kids don't like to miss out, and neither do you. When sore throats, ear infections, or sinus trouble put you on the sideline, trust the experts at Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat. With specialized care for the whole family and quick and friendly scheduling, you won't miss a thing. Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat can get you back to life. Visit boystownhospital.org.
The Blue Jay Zone is brought to you by Chandler Conway.
Have you been injured in an accident? You shouldn't have to fight with insurance companies or deal with medical bills alone. You need an experienced injury lawyer who'll protect your rights while you focus on healing. At Chandler Conway, our team understands the legal process and will handle your case with dedication. Our goal is simple: to secure the compensation you deserve. Call us today or visit chandlerconway.com for a free consultation. Don't face this challenge alone. Let us support you every step of the way.
Creighton forward Liam McChesney lost 2 seasons after open heart surgery. His relationship with Alan Huss is a big reason why he's here at Creighton.
Me and him have been through so much together. Those 2 years, it feels like a whole lifetime. He knows me as a person, knows me as a basketball player, and there's no other coach in the country that knows me like that. So I was definitely willing to give it a shot, and, I'm happy I did.
For more on my interview with Liam, check out the 1620 The Jays pod at 1620thezone.com.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yes, indeed. It's the middle of November. I mean, you can't almost get more mid than this.
This is what you were hoping for all year, John.
Whoa. That's
basketball.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Stibbs pointed it out yesterday. You are Mr. Seasons. Well, put your spoon in the ground and eat it up, John, because another one of your seasons
You're the one that
is
wished
here.
it on us faster. I don't mind my seasons.
Then enjoy it.
I just wanted
you should enjoy it.
I just wanted my summer to last a little longer, but you wanted to rush it along.
That's what
and
John
fast
wanted.
forwarded.
Look
No.
outside.
You don't get to do this. You don't get to do this.
I love
you
this.
wished it along faster.
I'm happy that it's November 18th.
And college football is almost over.
I am excited to spend time with my family for for Thanksgiving next
And
week.
Christmas.
Yeah, and at
We're
the
not
same
doing
time.
Christmas
I
this
did.
year.
I
on
did like that
Thanksgiving.
Guns N' Roses song last night.
It's interesting you say that because last night
November Rain.
I was taking out the trash
No takes.
and there was lightning in the area.
It was weird. It was like a late summer.
Yeah, we were watching TV, and then there was just a flash. We're like, whoa.
And there was quite a bit of lightning.
Cowboys
and then I heard the little rumble of thunder. And for a brief flash,
Spider-Man.
Literally a brief flash as quick as a bolt of lightning.
A bolt of lightning.
A bolt of lightning.
A bolt of lightning.
I thought, man, this is kind of like July.
Yep.
I miss July.
Yeah, it'll be July
I
again.
mean, I don't
in
miss
July.
this last July because I was not as close. I was closer to 0% than 100%.
Yeah.
But
That was close to the end of the July. You came back in July, didn't you?
well, yeah, but
his
I'm just
arm was dangling.
But
remember,
it wasn't like today. I don't
It was like
think
the
about
stranger.
That's why I think
Shout out,
you know
John.
what?
It's a nice life
I think I deserve a
Break
reset.
your wrist.
I think I deserve a reset.
A
We should
reset
hit
of
the
what?
reset button
Yeah.
and go back to June 29th and redo most of the summer so I can enjoy it as it was intended.
It'll be June 29th again in 2026.
Well, why can't we enjoy it again and just redo it?
Time travel's not possible.
What do you mean time travel's not possible?
I mean, Tom
They made a
Brady
movie
probably
about it and
knows
everything.
about it. Tom Brady and his clone dog. And
The Tom Brady we
Thank you,
know
Nick.
now is probably his clone from the future.
now,
Thank
no
you,
wonder he
Nick.
looks so weird.
Oh man, this would have been so good. So good.
Yeah. Oh, like the song says.
And then Nebraska could learn from all of its mistakes, like, hey, don't let Michigan run those 3 plays.
Mm.
Hey, Dylan, get rid of the ball earlier. A lot more earlier.
If we redo it, the Hail Mary probably wouldn't have happened again, though.
The what?
The Hail Mary,
Which Hail Mary?
the Michigan game. We redo
Do you think if
everything.
we relive
well,
the last few months, Nebraska doesn't complete a Hail Mary and still lose to Michigan State?
Yeah.
Okay. You think
Well,
they beat 'em?
I would like to think if Nebraska got a redo, they would be a little better at their run fits.
What do you? Yeah. What would
Now,
they do different if they replayed that game today? How do you think they'd execute? Well, they'd have a different quarterback.
They would
I
have a
guess.
different quarterback.
Think if they redo the season, TJ Chief's just the starter from day one?
No.
Oh, okay. But if Dylan's hurt still, you have to make him.
You need a
Well,
more
we're going
mobile
back in
quarterback.
time. That means Dylan's not hurt anymore. And he hasn't been sacked 100 times.
McMaster just texted me, King Solomon. It was King Solomon. We corrected the record during the crossover.
The record
this isn't
was
bar
corrected.
trivia, McMaster.
He
Jeez.
was just at a bar though with 2 of our
Well, he should've-
fine part-timers.
See, he should have explained
He
that
bought him
better.
beers.
Oh,
So
never
here's
bought me a beer.
here's what happened
did
today,
though one
ladies
time.
and gentlemen, here at our radio ranch
Thank you.
at 50th and Dodge or 50th and Capitol, depending on which way you're facing.
Brought to you by the Rooferees.
Not yet,
Oh,
but
thought this
sure.
was
Why?
part of the Grum down.
Easy.
So we had our Thanksgiving potluck, but I will give credit
To McMaster.
to just everyone in general.
Tough look for Matt.
There really wasn't Thanksgiving food on the Thanksgiving potluck. We had some pulled chicken, we had some pulled pork.
Not pulled turkey. Do not put it on the internet that we had pulled turkey.
We didn't have any turkey.
I heard a lot of people talking
there were
about it being
voices in
turkey.
the office earlier who were saying
That-
turkey.
Yeah, no.
There was no turkey,
There was
right?
no turkey.
Okay.
No,
It
it
was
was chicken and pork.
Chicken,
Yeah.
chicken.
I mean, sure. I mean,
Do you
some
want
people.
some chicken?
We had some there was some mac and cheese. There were some potatoes. There was some
Multiple-
macaroni salads. There were some
multiple mashed
desserts.
potatoes.
I brought iced
Multiple
tea.
mac and cheese.
Man, I am enjoying this. Again, I have reset the calendar
John,
to June. I am drinking iced
That
tea.
is some of the best iced tea I've ever had, by the way.
I'll
I
have
know
to-
you just put it in some bags, but what flavor is that?
Bagged
That's really
iced
good.
tea.
It's
Big bags.
That
of
wasn't
tea.
that wasn't normal black tea. There's some
Well,
zang in there.
Well, it's
Wang.
it was some kind of an English blend. It's a special
Oi.
tea that's for iced tea.
That's so good.
Would you
So-
like some tea?
So
I drink English tea almost every morning.
So it comes in. It's
Tea bags.
tea bags.
You got tea bag, John?
Yeah, I got tea. You all got tea bagged if you had the iced tea.
I didn't
today.
have any of it.
I got tea bagged twice this morning.
It's delicious. Anyway, I'll take a picture of the box when I get home
I had too much
and
tea.
send it to you.
Thank
So
you.
wait, I
John.
thought you made this from scratch.
What do you think? I grew the tea?
You can't grow tea leaves here. We don't have the climate.
Yeah.
I've
No, I
looked
thought
into
you
it.
took the tea leaves and you made it from scratch.
No.
This is way less impressive.
It's
Nobody does
like,
that.
Everyone was like, wow, John.
Who does that?
I thought you did.
Well, okay, John, are you talking like he thought he just had the thing and then he just got one of those steepers and then put it in there? Because it's the same exact thing. What's in the tea bags is still the loose leaves. It's just in a bag instead of in another.
Yeah,
device.
they do that for you. The mass production.
Yeah, so you
Have
bought
you
it.
ever
It's
had
the
iced
same
tea
thing.
before?
I don't like it. So no. No, but I thought he had the bag or the leaves, and then he put that in the bag, and then he made the tea himself.
God, you're a communist.
I thought that you did this.
I
Everyone
don't
was
like cooked fruit.
Everyone was celebrating
I don't
John.
like tea.
It's good tea. It's a very good tea.
Well, we don't.
He went to the store.
I had
Congrats on going to the store.
I had too much
No.
tea this morning.
Is something
though.
that the wife had ordered. I've had this tea for a while.
Mm.
This is the tea I drink in the summer. So you take a couple of these bags, you get some water, and you just set the bags in there. It only takes 5 minutes tops.
Mm-hmm.
Now this was steeping for probably 3-4 hours.
You know, I could tell.
3-4. Well,
it was strong.
Maybe two.
Now
and a
I
half.
triggered severe. You don't like iced tea? What the bleep?
Exactly.
Yeah, what's
it
wrong
tastes
with
like
you?
grass. No, thank you.
No,
It doesn't taste like grass.
It tastes like tea.
Matcha tastes like grass.
You drink coffee.
I love
It's
coffee.
crushed beans.
Coffee is
This
good.
is crushed leaves.
Coffee is just bean tea.
Coffee is good though.
Coffee is just bean tea. Anyway, so we're having this potluck, right?
With great tea.
There's a dead mouse underneath where I'm sitting.
Oh.
But nobody noticed
that's-
except for John.
No, I didn't
Prudon.
know. I did not notice it
But
because it was
no,
under me.
Nobody knew except for you, Prudon, Stacy, and me.
Right.
Nobody else was paying attention
But
as
Stacy
Chris
saw it.
put on a glove like a doctor.
Well, he came over
and went and leaned down, my precious, and put it inside of a cup.
did.
And
Call
they put
him the mouse?
He did, and they put it in the trash can, but nobody noticed.
I didn't
He
notice.
was like, shh.
I didn't know you guys were talking about it before the
Yeah.
crossover. I'm like, when did this happen?
Yeah.
So anyway, we're having this potluck, and then at the end, as people are leaving,
Yeah.
McMaster's up. We're up in the bullpen, and McMaster's like, "Yeah, now I'm gonna go to the bar and have a beer." And I was like, "What are you doing? It's gonna be 2:00 in the middle of
John
the
was very
afternoon."
insulting to society.
To be fair, it's also on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's like at night. So if I go to a bar tonight at 7, is that weird?
No.
For Matt, 7 o'clock at night is noon.
Yeah, but he made it sound like he was just gonna go and hang out with all of the other, 70-something retirees.
See, you didn't say retirees, though, John. You used an insulting word about these people who.
Well,
drink.
that's because my generation doesn't care about your feelings. But that's not
They all
the
go
point.
to Cubs games.
That's not the point. The point is he ended up taking two of our finest part-time workers,
bought 'em-
Peter and Joey.
bought 'em beer.
If he would have told me that from the beginning, I would have said, "Oh, that's cool." He made it sound like he was just going to go hang out with the retirees and they were going to talk about spark plugs.
See, sometimes, John, people like going places and meeting new people.
Oh, did they at least just go next door?
Yeah, I told him to go to Page Turners.
It's a great. I love that place.
That was my recommendation. He
Paige-
said, "I want to go have a beer." I said, "You should go to Page Turners."
That's one of the places Paige and I went to on our
But it
first
puts
date.
it in a whole different
Turner.
perspective when he's
Hmm.
treating two of our finest co-workers.
Yeah, tough look for Jake Janicek for not getting the invite.
Yeah.
What's
Well,
up
he
with
wasn't
that?
here though, was he?
Well, he should have.
I didn't see him. Was
I
Jake here?
didn't
Jake
see
was-
Jake.
And then the guy who's the Chiefs fan. What about that guy?
Kenny?
Yeah. what
The
about Kenny?
guy who's the Chiefs fan.
You don't even know his name.
I wanted to see if you knew his name, Nick.
No.
The nice thing about this potluck is there were no goofy games
Thank
or
God.
anything like that.
Thank God.
And also thank God there wasn't, "Hey, can you name these 5 employees?"
Or find the mouse.
Josh wouldn't have got it right.
Because Josh and I would have failed.
Yeah, I would have struggled.
Oh, that's the Chiefs guy.
I know some names.
A look at the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. Then we got a break because Scott Doctorman, who is third on this list, is
Yeah.
actually first in our hearts from The Athletic. He'll be joining us here in moments. Huskers at the intersection of middle and mid. We have graphs and charts.
Uh-oh.
And
Tricks.
speaking of graphs and charts, an unflattering one.
Oh, good Lord. Look, it's so
that
negative.
some people will be on my side and say,
Negative boys.
"Yes,
Negative
John,
boys.
that's a great idea. Let's go back to June 29th and start this all over again."
Oh.
Is Michigan up to something?
Oh.
And this time not cheating?
Oh.
Michael Brunts of Husker247.com.
Lovely.
Big NFL segment. And no, we're not going to go over the analytics of Super Bowl III.
We
We
could.
should, though. Do we have any pull quotes from Super Bowl 3?
Jets are, I believe Jets are going to score on this play. There's Matt Snell around left end and touchdown. Touchdown New York Jets.
Oh God, he looks hurt.
He probably was.
No, like he was in pain.
Yeah, but he'll keep playing because, they were tough back then. Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com will join us.
Lovely.
Super hot take market.
I have multiple takes for you today, John. One college football, both college football.
And what does the committee do about Alabama?
Man, I realized that as I went through my initial top 10 for today's discussion, I was like, wait a second, Alabama, what on earth to do with them?
I made sure when I did mine today, first of all, I scrubbed it clean, got it out.
That's what they do. That's what the committee does.
And I saw your email, but I did not look at it. So I saw that it had come in, but I said, no, I don't want to be influenced. So I quickly closed it. So I didn't see yours.
Oh.
Very interesting how we viewed the Oklahoma Sooners.
Okay, I'm excited to talk about this.
So we'll do our playoff committee.
We'll do our top
preview.
10 and we'll preview what we think the committee's going to do.
But coming up next, we're going to be joined by Scott Docterman of The Athletic. A lot of things happened yesterday in big business. That's B1G business.
Oh, yeah.
And talk about the final 2 weeks of the conference season. Because the conference might be dangerously closer to 2 playoff teams than they are to 4.
What? Say it ain't so.
So. And the song goes, "Say it isn't so."
No, we were doing Weezer.
So.
Say it ain't so.
No. It's Hall & Oates or it's nothing.
Well, you're outnumbered by Weezer fans.
That's from your generation, John.
You should like Weezer. My dad likes Weezer.
No.
My dad's older than you.
I don't care.
Yeah, remember, John doesn't like good music.
I like the good music.
Yeah, we have to talk to Scott. I bet he likes Weezer.
Have to.
1620 the zone.
McInnes Roofing and Sheet Metal, Nebraska and Iowa's go-to choice since 1981. Roofing, siding, windows, gutter, sheet metal, or repairs. Their team delivers quality you can rely on. For commercial or residential projects, trust McInnes Roofing and Sheet Metal. Visit McInnesInc.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally.
Back here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, and our Zone YouTube channel. So many doggone places you can get us. It's not even funny. You can only go get Scott Docterman one place. Well, generally. The Athletic.
Yes, I know.
Because, you know, they just like to streamline things. It's like, hey, you come to the Athletic. It's pretty damn simple. Scott joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Scott, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope all is well in Nebraska.
Going great.
It is. It's not bad, actually. Now, you know, ask the folks in a couple of weeks if Black Friday goes the way the last few Black Fridays have gone. It might be a different story.
Yeah, I think it's probably both sides of the Missouri River will probably say it that way, too.
Scott, what are the vibes surrounding the Hawkeyes this year? Coming into the last 2 weeks, you know, I'd really gained a healthy amount of respect for their performances. Their offense, I thought, was starting to find its footing. The defense, as always, was playing very, very well. And I thought they were going to beat Oregon, and certainly thought that they had a chance on Saturday against the Trojans. And so they go from 6-2 to 6-4 out of the playoff race. How's everyone feeling right now?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of frustration from what I can gather. And I was at Wrigley for Michigan Northwestern over the weekend. But I did, catch most of the game and then rewatched it and talked to a lot of people. And I think it's more of a heartbreak than it is an anger at this point, because as you mentioned, you know, both of those two games, which were going to be challenging and difficult, and they were basically coin flip games. Iowa's defense played pretty well against both opponents, but it was just a play or two away, which has kind of been the story of the season for the Hawkeyes. I mean, when you look at Oregon and they put together a 93-yard drive, and this is exactly why Mark Gronowski's there for the Hawkeyes, and they go ahead, and then at the end you have, you know, Dante Moore completing a pass to Malik Benson just outside the stretched arm of TJ Hall, and 24 yards that puts them in field goal range, and they win the game. And then you look the other day, there was a pass to Caden Weegan, and depending on your angle, he was either in or out but he was ruled out of bounds, and that could have put Iowa in it. It gave him an opportunity to score the game-winning touchdown, and it just didn't. So I think the Hawkeyes, among the fans, it varies. I mean, if they lose a game, they want to have Kirk fired. Some people do, and then the other ones are saying never fire him. So it's kind of in that middle of the ballpark you got to get used to. But I think this is a good team. This has been a better team than I think even some of their Big Ten West teams, championship teams, but it's still, it can only be classified at best as a good season. And that's really only if they win out.
Well, on that subject of Ferentz and his future, usually it's this time of year where, the retirement rumors pop up or at least the talk starts to swirl. And it doesn't feel like, and I'm not on the ground there, so I can't speak to it, but just being just across the river, it doesn't feel as active as it was last November. Am I getting the right read on that?
Yeah, there's always, this time of year you start to ask those questions because you should. He's 70 years old now, and most coaches are retired by now. But every time I've talked to him about it, he's been pretty matter of fact. I had a long conversation with him in the summer and in an interview, and he's like, "Look, I feel like I can coach 5 more years," and he's very healthy. This program's in good shape. They're recruiting at a good level. They're playing at a high level. But he also said, I don't know what it's like to be 72 or 74. And we know that health kind of drops on people at that when you reach those ages. And so I think he's leaving himself a little bit of an out, but there's really nothing here that suggests that he wants to make a change, or certainly that Iowa wants to make a change. So I would expect him to continue to, be the head coach at Iowa. And, I'd be surprised if it's otherwise, at least for next year.
Scott, look into tonight and the latest rankings from the committee. Is there a particular team or teams now with some upsets and results over the past weekend that you're most interested to see in terms of what the type of story it could tell for the remainder of the regular season?
Sure. I think you got to look at what happened in the SEC with Alabama losing to Oklahoma and who's going to jump who out of that group. I mean, will it be Alabama falling back? Will it still be in the playoff discussion, or will it be just on the outside, or will and will Oklahoma jump into the playoff field? I think that to me is the most intriguing. I want to see how much USC is snuck up. There seemed to be great respect for Iowa by the committee, and if there continued to be great respect, then USC should jump up a spot or 2 or 3. And then likewise in the Big 12, just where does BYU and Utah end up? Because are they going to be kind of at the edges of the playoff discussion, or are they going to be on the outside? And so I think those are kind of how everything is lining up. I'm really intrigued. Alabama probably and Oklahoma being first and second, but just kind of those other spots just to see, where, if they win out, which of those teams can sneak their way into the tournament.
Scott Docterman joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Of course, USC Oregon this weekend, which is a huge game. But even after that, you got a rivalry game for USC against UCLA. You have, I guess it's a rivalry.
Against Washington?
Oregon, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, worst case scenario for the Big Ten is whoever wins this game on Saturday drops that last game, drops them out of the playoff conversation, and then assuming that Ohio State finally gets it done against Michigan. Basically, my question is the Big Ten closer to 2 playoff teams than they are to 4?
Yeah, I could see that scenario playing out. I mean, if Oregon wins this week, then I don't think USC can get in. And I think we'll see in a week and a half that I don't think Michigan's much of a team that's going to threaten Ohio State. I didn't think so last year either.
Yeah.
But I really believe it this year. I think with the new offensive coordinator at Ohio State, that they'll figure out how to beat Michigan, and that's not run the ball right up the middle at the strength of their offense like last year's game. But I do think that, if USC, let's say USC upsets Oregon at Austin Stadium, that I think both of those teams are in strong position to enter as at-larges. I think if USC wins out, I expect them to beat UCLA no matter what. I think if USC is 10-2, it deserves to be there. And I think Oregon at 10-2, if it loses to USC and and loses to, already lost to Indiana. And if they can beat, and by the way, Oregon, Washington is that team. Think of it as kind of Iowa, Nebraska, except for like 100 years. They really do not like each other at all.
Good point.
And their in-state rivalries, we've kind of grown accustomed to them being important. But when you talk to the players on both teams, they look at the other team as their chief rival. So I think Washington has the ability to upset Oregon, but if it doesn't, and Oregon's 10-2 and 7-2 in the Big Ten, I think it deserves to be there as well. And we've seen with the SEC right now that they've kind of all stayed in this glut. And they're not moving, they're not budging, but there is a little bit of movement when Texas loses and goes to 7-3. Tennessee is down 7-3. You expect Vanderbilt maybe to slip up, against Tennessee at the end of the season. And, I can really see 4 teams getting in the Big Ten, but USC has to win. If USC loses, then I think it's only going to be 3.
Scott, you are as plugged in as anybody when it comes to the Big Ten and the television agreements and what happens behind the scenes and putting the schedule together. I wonder if you think that there could be some sort of a frustration level from the CBS and NBC side of things, and perhaps even Fox or the schools with Fox. It just seems like there has been a lot of consternation this year. A lot of us were keeping an eye on the Nebraska-Penn State kickoff time. Matt Rule, I think, handled it as well as possible at his press conference yesterday, talked about the tolerances that Nebraska doesn't have them and other schools do. I guess ultimately I'm wondering, do you think that this could come to a head at any point over the next few years? Or given how much money the teams make, it's a Mad Men, that's what the money is for from Don Draper. You got to deal with it, even if you don't like where things could be with the partnerships.
That is an issue right now. And as we've seen, whether it's with the private equity, well, it's not private equity, it's UC Investments involvement to most of these other, to the TV agreements, that the allowances that each school is given or allowed to have, that it's not as cohesive as it once was. It used to be, I would say 15 to 20 years ago, was all for one and one for all. The teams schools put away they put Big Ten first over their schools. And I don't know that that's the case anymore. And when you're talking about some of these kickoff times, I think the later in the season you go with these 6 days, it really antagonizes the fans. And there's a lot next week. There's only 2 in the Big Ten that are on 6 day, but in the Big 12 and ACC, there's a ton of these 6 day windows on Thanksgiving weekend. I just don't think that's appropriate. And I think when you look at the Big Ten, I mean, you're asking, Nebraska to fly to Penn State. It doesn't seem as long because it's not West Coast to East Coast, but that's a long flight in the middle of the night and a short week after that. That's a lot to ask if you're not giving schools 12 days notice for this. And I do think that there needs to be more upfront when it comes to these. And then likewise, CBS, NBC, really the Big Ten's kind of mushy middle needs to get better.
Yep.
And right now the problem is that whether it's Nebraska could definitely enter that conversation. Michigan's not as good as his record says it is. Wisconsin's terrible. Penn State's not good. Michigan State's bad. That the teams that could help elevate the ratings in in some of these other games, the second and third games of the week, are not good, and that really hurts the TV companies. It makes things tough. So they need probably a good 7 or 8 teams to really come to the forefront when it comes to competing and have it be their bell cows.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You mentioned the UC Investments deal yesterday. We learned that this thing is on pause from both sides. And basically the reasoning is we want to make sure that it is all for one and one for all, that everybody is included in this deal before we move forward with this deal. Now, it was Michigan and USC, 2 of the bigger brands that were making the biggest stink. If this would have been, let's say, Nebraska and Iowa, do you think this deal still gets pushed through?
Probably. I think so. I think Michigan more than anybody. If it was Michigan and Ohio State, those 2 control more now in the Big Ten than they ever have before. not quite Texas in the Big 12, but it's getting closer to that. And that's really unfortunate because it wasn't like this, again, 15, 20 years ago, and it wasn't like this under Jim Delaney. And I think, but in this particular situation, what we're seeing is a lack of leadership out of the University of Michigan. There's no president. And whereas most of the people that I've been told agree with what the Big Ten is proposing and actually think of it as a really smart business decision, and it's not private equity. So I think people thinking it's Bobby Axelrod from Billions, going to hedge fund this place to death. It's not like that at all. But I think if what Michigan it's allowed them to do is bring up petty grievances from the Connor Stallions and Jim Harbaugh era and stick it to the Big Ten right now. And it's kind of filled that leadership vacuum with these, forces. And then you also look at certain maybe private equity groups that would really want some sort of Super League proposal. Now, if there's a 20-year grant of rights, the Super League's done. It's not going to happen. So I think this is their opportunity to really push that narrative. And the Big Ten's been really poor at public relations. Tony Petitti behind the scenes, all accounts are he's fantastic with the athletic director. He's very transparent, comes up with great ideas. They all rally around him. But publicly, he doesn't talk. And that I can't tell you how much that's killed them, whether it's the playoff proposal or it's this. And so there's just a lot of competing forces, and they've got to get on the same page fairly quickly, or this league will not be anywhere near what it once was, which was great and cohesive.
There's been a lot of scuttlebutt that because of what especially the Michigan Board of Regents head has been saying, because he's been the most vocal out there, that Michigan's sending signals that they're close to being done with the Big Ten, or they're more willing to move on from the Big Ten than you would have ever imagined at any point in their history. Do you necessarily buy that?
Not really. I think it's saber rattling, and I think it's a couple of people with extreme agendas that are trying to just show off. And there's really no reason for that. I mean, they're angry again that Jim Harbaugh and Connor Stallions and that whole situation, who got suspended, the $30 million fines, and they're doing a little saber rattling. It would not be a good move for them unless it came in concert with a handful of other teams from the Big Ten doing the same thing. If they want to go independent, that would be a really tough move, because then I think there would be a lot of isolation. I don't think a lot of teams from the Big Ten would jump to schedule them. And what does it mean for every other sport besides football? Now, football stirs the drink. We all know that. There's no other sport like football. However, you got to compete in the other ones. I mean, would Indiana, would Iowa, would Wisconsin, say, yeah, sure, let's play, Michigan? No, I think they would say, we're never going to play you again in a regular season and match up in any sport. And I think, but at this point, that's so far outside what will happen. What they need to do is they need to go hire a president. And I think the pause is probably smart by UC Investments and the Big Ten. Try to figure this out. Michigan gets a president, settle it down, here are the facts, and then they'll probably approve it, and everybody will get their nice check. And, the only thing that really kind of surprises me, though, I'll say this, is that, there are only 3 tiers, and I think that there should be like 4 or 5. I don't know that I would put Rutgers University on the same tier as Washington, Nebraska, and Iowa. But hey, if they're all agreeing to it, and it's a good move, I mean, it'll be beneficial long term for all those schools.
Last one for me, Scott. You mentioned a couple minutes ago that like this type of stuff didn't happen under Delaney. I wonder if you think that this is a leadership problem with Tony Petitti in charge and Kevin Warren before him, or is this just what happens when a league suddenly has 18 teams and there really isn't a whole lot of like-minded viewpoints when you're suddenly going coast to coast?
That's a great point, and I think you're right to some extent, because you're meshing everybody else's history and internal politics. I mean, it's like that, with the Nebraska. I mean, when you look at the COVID year, there was some real strong internal discussions with about 4 or 5 schools that, is there any way we could play even without the Big Ten? I know Nebraska was part of that. I know Iowa was part of that. Ohio State. Michigan, there were schools that like in Penn State, they were like, we'll play without you. And that's never happened. That is absolutely leadership, and they were rudderless under Kevin Warren. Now, Tony Petitti is much better at that and has done a better job, but he needs to be more proactive publicly. You look at Greg Sankey at the SEC, he's willing to sit there and tell you everything you want to know or ever wanted to know. And he beats his chest, we're the best and we're this. I was pushing that last winter. I'm like, hey, you want to speak up here? You could pretty much lay the wood to everybody that the Big Ten's the best conference. And no, we just rather, rest on our laurels. Well, college football is the only sport where you have to, kind of embellish your reputation to get anywhere. It's a poll-driven sport. And I don't know that he knows that because, he's been locked in Major League Baseball and doing things behind the scenes, and he was really good at it. And he's really good at it that level for the Big Ten. But if you don't get out there publicly and promote yourself in the right way, you're going to fall behind. And perception is reality. And when it comes to college athletics,
he is Scott Docterman of The Athletic. Read his great work all across the Big Ten Conference on theathletic.com. Scott, we always appreciate when you have a chance to visit with us and enjoy it. Well, I guess there's one game you to really enjoy this weekend, but
it's a tough schedule.
We're all waiting for Thanksgiving week.
That'll be fun.
I enjoy them all. I enjoy every game. I've always said that this time of year kind of reminds me of when it's like 9:00 on Christmas night, and it's still Christmas, but it's over. It's almost over. And that's the way I feel about the college football season because I love it so much. And then when you get to the last couple of weeks, you're like, it's almost over. You just feel like, oh, it's such a letdown. So I'll try to soak up as much as I can before we get to Black Friday and Saturday and then get into championship week.
Scott Docterman. Thanks, Scott. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks for having me.
You bet.
Appreciate you. You too.
Thank you, Scott.
Scott Docterman on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
I want to handshake meme with that man. My best friend and I, about what he just said about Christmas night. My best friend and I, we have a joke all year round about the depression of 10 o'clock on Christmas night. It's over. You're sad. The anticipation, the excitement, the buildup, and then it's gone. And then suddenly you have a whole year to go until Christmas.
I can't tell you, man. That's like my happiest time of the year, man. That is so great.
Monster.
It is so wonderful.
Jesus' birthday's almost over, says John.
But none y'all,
Jesus was born in August.
none y'all actually use the.
No, that's the Declaration
none
of
y'all
Independence.
actually celebrate Jesus' birthday. It's all about you and your stupid decorations, your stupid music, and your over gifting and all of that stuff.
What were you doing this weekend? What were you doing this weekend?
Against my will.
Interesting.
Trust me.
You
when
should've
I
said,
become
"I'm
the
gonna go
Supreme
pray,
Chancellor,
dear."
we're going to have Christmas re-education camps in this country.
It is nuts how much you hate the
I hate
Lord's
what people have
birthday.
done to the Lord's birthday.
He hates the commercialism, Josh.
Wait, Mr. Money Man, Mr. This is so weird.
He hates the capitalism of it all.
Fascinating. How does that work?
No. It is not about that.
What's it about?
The over-decorating, the over-celebrating.
The commercialism.
The fact that we
What does
haven't
over-decorating mean?
We are still more than a week away from Thanksgiving.
What does over-decorating mean?
What
Like
do
too
you
many
think
lights? Too many? I don't know. You tell me.
It's just everything.
You don't
It's
like
just-
lights? I think the lights
just,
are fun.
Just everything. It's just everything. It's become too much. It's taken up too much of our calendar.
John, you and your wife should just go to therapy together so you can look her in the eye and say, I don't like what you are doing to my holiday.
It's not, but
it
see,
seems like
that's
it's
the
about
thing.
her.
No.
My
it's
wife makes me go
it's
to put
about
Christmas
everybody.
lights in November.
It's about everybody. It's about people turning over their radio stations to nonstop.
But we
Christmas
don't do that
music
on the
in
Zone.
July.
We don't do that on 1620
Don't
The
you
Zone.
listen to satellite radio? Like, you don't have to deal with that.
No, I don't.
That'd be like me getting mad at like what First Take has become. I don't watch First Take, so it doesn't bother me.
Well, I don't listen to it, but it all lends into the culture of the over Christmasization of society.
Commercialization.
Charles writes, put
But
on the
that's
internet,
okay.
John wants us
But-
in camps.
But that's okay. One day we'll all get re-educated. We'll learn how to celebrate Christmas properly. We give each other gifts on one day a year. We have a nice meal.
What about Jewish
together?
people? Yikes.
We watch some
They eat Chinese food.
basketball or football, like the Blue Greg Bowl.
Now that sounds like commercialization.
And we play Christmas music one day a year.
John just wants to listen to
and then
Bing
the
Crosby.
day after that, we're done. It's over.
Dwayne says John's got the Gen X brain disease where he's ideologically committed to capitalism despite hating every single part of it.
See, again, you don't understand.
That is a real Gen X thing.
It absolutely is.
No, it is not.
It's okay
you
just to
don't
hate
understand.
it.
No, it's not okay to just hate it.
It's put a lot of people in debt, John.
Yeah, you could just say I actually don't like
Yeah,
this.
you could. Yeah.
It's been abused by a lot of people.
Yeah, like socialism has and darkens entire countries.
You're doing
Nice
whataboutism
job.
again right now, John. You
Doesn't
don't
matter.
like whataboutism.
Can we agree?
Am
Can
I
we
telling
agree
the
that they're
truth?
both bad?
Am I telling the truth?
I don't know.
I am telling the truth.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
So everything is bad then. That's called nihilism.
Yeah, it's true.
Are you
No.
a believer in nihilism?
I'm a believer that I'm going to nihilize your butt right out this.
Whoa! I know
window
I
if
got
you
John
shut up.
good when he says things like that. I'm gonna
No, you
grab
didn't
your,
get nothing.
I'm gonna
You got
grab-
nothing.
Nihilism. I was
You
just
got
making.
nothing.
I was just making a little tee-hee right there. Nihilism is.
You
fun.
got nothing.
Nihilism is when we all agree that everything sucks.
No, not everything sucks.
Really? What's good?
What's good?
Yeah.
Nebraska football.
Yeah.
They're 7-3.
Sure.
When was the last time they were 7-3?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know the last time that they were exactly 7-3. I have no idea.
For some of you,
Maybe
Nebraska
2013?
basketball is good.
20
Nebraska volleyball is really good.
That's a
So
given.
is Creighton
Nebraska
volleyball.
volleyball, and yeah. Dwayne says, "What's John doing to Josh's butt?" Yeah, what's going on with my butt?
I don't know what that meant.
I'm holding on to it.
That's
You know
all
what
right.
else is good, John?
Nope.
Underdog.
That is good. You know what happened? I didn't realize I had already done my Kalkbrenner, George Pickens.
Let's go, GP.
Who's your quarterback? Prescott.
Dak.
I had already done it Sunday.
Yeah, you did it again.
I did it again.
Did it
so I
win?
doubled up.
There we go.
I doubled up big time.
Well-
so thank you, Underdog. You're great.
Underdog is great, where fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, folks. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. Download the app today. Use our promo code 1620TheZone and score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. All right, you need to. It just makes too much sense. Oh, sorry. We were marveling as we're rewatching. This is the beginning of our Super Bowls rewatch. We're watching Super Bowl 3.
Go. Finally.
And this is a big play here. This is going to be an interception.
Joe Namath had an arm, huh?
That was not Joe Namath. That was Joe Namath plays for the team in.
Yeah,
right.
no, I know. I was reminded.
Yes, Joe did have quite the arm. In the days before the referees were mic'd, the over-exaggeration of how they would signal penalties, because they had to, right? There was no mic, there was no PA, or, where you heard the ref call. So they had to over-exaggerate all the hand signals.
It was wild.
It was very strange because I didn't even know what he was doing.
Well, he was actually doing the illegal procedure, which is to rotate the arms around each other. But he was doing it in
very strange way.
It looked like he was just whiplash.
And then he was signaling roughing the kicker, and he was actually taking his arm and forearm chopping his leg.
Very strange.
Which was crazy. It was great stuff. Great stuff. This may not be great stuff.
I thought you said Nebraska was good.
Well, they are. Hey, look, Bob Hope's at the game.
Nice.
That's when you knew it was a big game back in
TV's Bob Hope?
TV's Bob Hope and radio's Bob Hope. This is, for those of you watching it on the YouTube channel or zonetv.live, this is the adjusted. Now, this is adjusted for opponent.
Yep, which is good.
EPA per play offense, EPA per play defense. So offense on the lower axis, left to right. Right is good, left bad. Defense up and down. Lower was worse. Higher is better.
And
look, I mean, they're almost perfectly smack dab in the middle. So the red dotted lines represent basically the middle of the country, or the average.
And by the way, look at some of the company they're keeping. Colorado, god awful. Mississippi State, god awful. Clemson, god awful. Well, yeah, bad year for them. I mean, this really does show a couple things. The biggest thing to me, though, is, wow, is their special teams really good?
Yeah.
Imagine this team without great special teams. Imagine
they
this
would
team
probably still not be bowl eligible.
I was going to say
Maybe.
there is a world where they are a 5 or a 4-win team after 10 games, and we're all stressing again about them making it back to a bowl.
Let's face
the person who made this hates Miami, by the way.
Yeah, because the Miami logo's upside down.
Awesome.
I mean, you can make the argument that without Kenneth Williams' kickoff return to start the second half, does Nebraska win the Northwestern game?
Absolutely. It's a great question. It's a great question.
Do they win the Maryland game?
I was good. That's where actually when you first started talking about it, I thought you were going with it.
So again, you could. We'd have no idea because the butterfly effect is what it is. But
special teams has been so huge for them all year long.
But this graphic does show you that even for a 7-3 ball club, they're at the intersection of middle and mid.
Well, that's why this year's schedule and how they have done against it. I think depending on what happens in the last 2 games of the regular season, and let's say they do what K Ford is projecting them and what the odds are going to project them to do. They're going to finish 7-5.
Yeah.
And man, it's really going to feel like a lost. It's going to feel like a lost breakthrough opportunity. Like Dirk Chatelain, one of the things that he's said for years is that Nebraska has not had that moment that almost every other school has gotten. Vanderbilt has had their moment in the sun. Kansas State has had their moment in the sun. Iowa has had their moment in the sun. Iowa State has had their moment in the sun. Nebraska has not had their moment in the sun, and
they're probably not. I mean, even if they win out, are we calling it a moment in the sun?
I wouldn't call that a moment in the sun. I'd say nice. They finally, they nice end of the year, but not moment in the sun. A moment in the sun is a playoff contender. It's getting into that mix, and so this is pretty interesting. And the question that I'm going to have a whole lot in December ahead of the portal is going to be, how can they get these numbers better? How can they get them closer to the other teams that are on this list?
And keep in mind that this is factoring in one of the, and some would say it is the best pass defense in the country. right?
Mm-hmm.
Just shows you that, it's not just about the pass defense, obviously,
No.
because you got to be able to stop the run as well.
Yep.
And if you can't do that,
Yep.
you got some issues. When we last had this graphic, it is interesting that Nebraska did move a little more to the right. Stop me if you've ever heard that before. Nebraska moving to the right.
Just a little, though?
From where it was, when we flashed up a similar graphic, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Where we were comparing it to the last 2 years under Matt Rule, and their placement was, a little below average on offense
Mm-hmm.
and hovering around average on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right now, it's pretty much average. I mean, dead middle.
Yeah.
In terms of both offense and defense. Now there's 2 more games to go. And because this is an opponent adjusted chart, you're going to get a little
opponents,
you're going to get a little more credit because you're playing Iowa and a Penn State.
I was going to say on defense, you're gonna be going up a few weight classes because look where I'm trying to find UCLA on this graphic.
UCLA
there
is
they are.
straight south of Nebraska,
and so Iowa's pretty much straight north of them, and Penn State is northeast of them.
Actually, I did you all
there
a
you
favor.
Go. So
there
you're about to start playing better defenses. They're about to play the first and third best defense that they have seen on the whole schedule this year, and they're going to play the 4th best offense that they have seen on the schedule this year in Penn State. So, yeah, they're going up a weight class, which, as I keep saying, is awesome. I love that they are going up weight classes. I like that we're going to finish the season and have a lot of data points on the quarterback position. Good or bad, we're going to have data points, and that's a positive. I'm so happy that they're not finishing the schedule with, Rutgers in Iowa.
Yeah.
I like that it's Penn State in Iowa, and not taking a big step back.
I've got one more graph, but we'll save that
for
a little bit later on because Michael Brunts is coming up.
Let's do it.
We're on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Michael Brunts of Husker 247 joining us as he does every Tuesday on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Brunsey, good afternoon. How are you today?
Not bad. How are you guys doing?
Brunt, the Broncos are going to win the AFC West.
Whoa.
It seems.
Are you trying to jinx him?
No, I'm wanted to praise his team. Congrats.
Hey, thanks. It feels good to be in the catbird seat finally after many years, but still plenty of time to screw things up. But got the big win over Kansas City, so we're all happy over here.
Yeah, see,
I was
complimenting him.
This kind of feels like you're up by 3 points with 13 seconds left in a divisional playoff game.
Hey, that's mean.
Well, that's because I was going to ask, how willing are you
Put it on the list
to go there to declare that the Chiefs' AFC West championship streak is dead?
It's dead, Bruns. Come on, you can admit it.
It's close. It's getting its last right. I think they're bringing the priest in.
Hospice, that's dead.
So yeah.
I hope there's no one listening right now who's in hospice.
If there's a family member, Bruns, that you have in hospice, and they say, "Can you come visit blank?" They're in hospice. You're not like, "Man, I hope they pull through." You're like, "It's time to say goodbye." You got to mentally prepare. We're mentally preparing for the Chiefs to not win the division.
But what if they pull through?
That's awesome. Congratulations. What a surprise.
It's a miracle.
It is. Hospice, basically.
Now I've got visions of Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid just laying there.
Beep.
Pat Mahomes doing the Undertaker thing right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. They're such a boogie. Like, even when Denver was lining up to kick that field goal to win it, I was like, they're gonna screw this up somehow. Like, obviously the block last year, I was expecting some kind of blunder, but they got it across the finish line. So that's progress, I guess. The thing I don't like though, and maybe why I'm a little bit hesitant to declare a time of death here, going with that metaphor, is it felt a little bit too celebratory. Like some of the stuff that like the Broncos social media was putting out. I'm not bagging on Bo Nix because I saw what happened to people that do that, but I do think I do think it was a little bit ahead of themselves with some of the celebration.
Well,
there's a lot of football left.
Yeah, there's a lot of football. There's a lot of football left, and B, there's a team called the Chargers who are only 2 games back, and you guys haven't played, right?
Yeah, they kind of suck.
No. It's like nobody understands math. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, I might make a graphic out of Brunt saying nobody understands math.
Well, here's some math for you, Bruns.
Nice.
Math me.
Is it too simple to say that Nebraska's fate in college or in state college boils down to if A, TJ can handle the heat, and B, can the run defense not be a tire fire?
Not.
Yeah, I mean that's a big a big part of the pie for who's going to win on Saturday. Yeah. I mean, I think it's actually interesting. I mean, you can go back and look at the 2020 game that Nebraska beat Penn State. They got doubled up in rushing yardage, still somehow won that one. So I guess it can be done. But no, I mean, I think, you heard Matt Rule say it yesterday. John Butler said it today, that there's not a lot of mystery about what Penn State's going to try to do. They in finishing off Michigan State last week, went on one of those drives that basically UCLA went on, and we've seen other Nebraska opponents do this year, where it's just body blow, and then a touchdown, and all of a sudden you've got 8-9 minutes off the clock. So for Nebraska, I mean, you have to be able to get off the field on third down when you have a chance. That's been a bit of an issue, consistently throughout the year, and not giving into those long, just clock chewing drives. So that's going to be, the story of the game for Nebraska defensively, is whether or not they can stop the run. And then, Latif's interesting. Like, I thought he played with a fair amount of poise in a first start. This is a completely different animal. And it's interesting, though, too. I mean, when you think about the road games that this Nebraska team has played this year away from Lincoln, I mean, they haven't, with all due respect to what they saw in Maryland, it hasn't been too daunting. I mean, you played essentially a home neutral site game to open the season. You played essentially a home game in the Rose Bowl. You went to Maryland, which, wasn't much there. Minnesota's kind of tough, but, the whole team's going to have to deal with a different atmosphere, a night game on senior night. So how he handles that, but I think also just how the whole team kind of handles, things that maybe don't go their way during the course of the game is going to be a big part of whether or not they can win that one.
Yeah, Bruns, for whatever reason, I can't get this. I'm going to date myself. 2002 out of my head. But remember early in that game, Jamal Lord throws a pick six and just like the floodgates opened. And I can't help but, they lost 40-7 that night. I just can't help but think about TJ and how vital protecting the football is going to be. It always is. Like, that's such a low hanging fruit to say, in a football game, the team that doesn't turn the ball over with 4 interceptions, they
win easily.
They
never allow a game-winning field goal attempt
from 60-some yards. But in all seriousness, Brunson, it's like, can TJ keep hold of the football? And if so, I think that really changes the math on this entire night.
It does. I mean, and this is a game that, is potentially fraught with danger too, in terms of testing what Nebraska's offensive line can do from a pass protection point of view. I think that's a big part of what TJ is going to be able to do in terms of ball security, throwing the ball, and kind of what Nebraska is going to try to game plan with is whether or not, you get like the good version of Nebraska's offensive line that is able to protect, or do you get the version where they're basically coming over the walls against the offensive tackle. So I mean, your point is correct. I mean, this is going to be a completely different situation for Latif, a different quality of athlete. I mean, as much as Penn State has struggled this year, I mean, they still got dudes all over that defense, and they're not shy about bringing pressure. And I've got to think that they're going to try to rattle a freshman quarterback in that kind of an atmosphere. So, kind of keeping Nebraska on schedule. It feels like this is going to be a low possession game where, I mean, again, obvious commentary, but the ability to not turn the ball over is going to be at a premium when you're only getting, a couple possessions a quarter at the most. So yeah. I mean, I think how he operates with efficiency is a big key for Nebraska's offense. This one.
Yeah.
Michael Brunt's joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. The threat of their backup quarterback Grunkemeyer running isn't like it was with Nico. I mean, he can run, but it's more scramble than it is actual designed running. But Penn State's got those two really good backs led by Katron Allen. They've got a commitment to using them.
Oh, yeah.
How much of a chance can we realistically give the run defense, especially between the tackles, of at least holding their own?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, it's going to come down to, I think, what they do early in possessions. I mean, if you're able to get Penn State into second and long, that's a heck of a lot different than, 2nd and 5 or 2nd and 4. And I think that's going to be kind of what you look at the end of the game is, were you able to get off the field when you had the chance? Penn State's, there's going to be a few plays where they're going to get long runs. I think, I think they have the ability to do that. And, with the quarterback and his ability to kind of extend plays. I mean, even again, going back to that drive against Michigan State, I mean, they tried to throw the ball and, he just made plays with his feet and kept the chains moving. And that was a little bit of the challenge against UCLA too, and they're different runners. You're absolutely right, but if you're 3rd and 6, you can't let them get 8. I mean, those are the types of just back-breaking type plays that Nebraska has kind of given up at times to quarterbacks that can move a bit. So I think that's the fear is the extending plays, and I just think Nebraska for the rushing offense. I mean, if they're able to keep Penn State and make them have to make some throws, I think I would consider that a win. I mean, I really do. I mean, I think this is it's going to be important for Nebraska to show too early in the game that they're ready to stop the run, because I even thought against UCLA. I mean, that early on in that game, UCLA was kind of getting what they wanted in the run game, and I thought that it was almost like an open invitation to just keep cranking it at them. So Nebraska's going to have to show up early in this game, and I think just try to keep Penn State out of manageable 2nd and 3rd downs.
Bruns, here's a question. So Ray in our YouTube comment section says, this game is on Holgo. Time to shine, buddy. Let me ask you this. What side of the ball is more important in this game in your mind? Is it the offense and not turning the ball over and picking up first downs and continuing to do well with the freshman quarterback? Or is it about the defense and that run game that John just asked you about, and the pass game too, but in particular stopping the run?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to take some creativity on Dana Holgerson's part with kind of how to manage this. I mean, I thought he called a great game against UCLA.
Yeah, he did.
I thought he kind of shined in that one. But I do think, that this is, again, a different animal. You've got, more gifted pass rushers, I think, at Penn State. And, how you kind of choose to get Emmett Johnson involved, and if there's any wrinkles with the passing game, which I thought, he used really well against UCLA to kind of manufacture those big plays. I mean, that to me is a little bit more of the game. I mean, I think I don't think there's much finesse or, what Nebraska's going to have to do defensively to stop Penn State's run game. I mean, you're just going to have to commit a few more guys. You're going to have to tackle well, and you're going to have to get off blocks. I mean, that seems like it's pretty straightforward to me, but I think how you manage those situations with TJ Lateef, when do you, call on him to use his feet? I mean, that's the thing, was he only had 5 carries, I think, against UCLA. So we saw it a little bit and kind of the threat of it, but it feels like a game where he's probably going to have to get out of the pocket a little bit, make a few plays with his feet. And, I'm curious to see if that's going to be by design or if it's just him using his athleticism and making a play.
Brunsey got news of a decommit over the weekend, Leon Noyle. I guess my first reaction was, if a commit wasn't known by 98% of the fan base when they decommit, does it make a sound? It just, I had forgotten about Leon Noyle, and I think a lot of other people did too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a small class. I mean, it was always going to be a small class. They'll try to add a guy or two out of the junior college ranks. That's going to be the bulk of the official visitors for the Iowa game. But I mean, you look at the way that Nebraska's roster is right now. You've got 91 guys that are sophomores or younger. Just with the roster restrictions, I think it was going to be a little bit challenging to have a big enough class, and it's been quiet. I mean, Nebraska kind of had that run of commitments in June and July coming off of visits and things like that, but there really just hasn't been a ton of movement in the 2026 class. So, they'll fill a little bit here, try to with some junior college guys, a stray high school guy, but a lot of their attention for quite a while, I think, has been focused on moving forward to the 27 class, which 24/7 Sports has as ranked number 5 early on here. I know it's very early, but I think Nebraska is doing a lot of good stuff early in the recruiting trail with the 27 class, and certainly playing better football is helping that. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be, I think, a pretty quiet run up to National Signing Day. I mean, it's earlier now than it has been too, on December 3rd. So, the season's going to end. You're going to sign your class, and then it goes to the next phase of roster management, which is the portal, and we'll see how many of those 91 guys that are, towards the younger part of their careers end up leaving or moving on or whatever. So just a really, really quiet 26. I mean, I can't remember a year that was this quiet for as long as it has been. So I guess it does make a sound when there's Beacon Amendment, but
tiny sound,
maybe not as loud as it has been.
Yeah, but all the activity in the portal is going to more than make up for the lack of noise on the recruiting side of things.
Yeah, no, you start getting some trees falling in the forest there, I think, for sure, with the portal. But the high school part of it for the last couple months has been shockingly quiet.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com. Bruntsy, always appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Have a great week.
You too, guys. Take care.
Bye, Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
I did make a graphic. Now, I searched Michael Bruntz on Google, and I went with his daily Nebraskan photo.
Good Lord, jeez.
Tiny baby Bruntz.
Wow.
He's so young and tiny.
He is so young.
Yeah, look at him. Just a young, spry boy. Nobody understands math.
But I was going to say, that picture looks like a young person that would say nobody understands
That's
math.
true. Nobody understands math.
Yeah.
That was a funny line.
Well, coming up next, big NFL segment.
Let's go.
Which will involve the Chiefs.
What, and how they suck? Ugh.
Or do they?
Yes, they do. They're 5-5. They only have one more win than the Cowboys. And the Cowboys also suck.
Yes, but you would also admit the Chiefs have played a much better schedule.
Have they?
Oh, God, yes.
They have?
Yeah. Eagles, Lions.
Ditto. Well, the Cowboys will play Lions soon.
Ravens, when they were healthy.
Ish. Yeah, sure.
Denver. Well, of course, Dallas played Denver.
Yeah, you're just naming teams Dallas lost to as well.
Yeah, but Dallas got crushed by Denver.
A loss is a loss, John.
They got crushed. They got smashed. They got run over.
Only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades.
And nukes.
Back in the 1800s, the Cowboys rode the horses. A couple weeks ago, the Cowboys were ridden by the horses.
All right, so let's see. The Chiefs have lost to, and of course now the website
The
doesn't
Chargers.
work. The Chargers. The Cowboys have not lost to the Chargers. The Cowboys lost to the Cardinals, though, a very good and tough team. Unless they play the 49ers, because the 49ers are good and tough.
Did you know that the Chiefs only have one more win than the 2025 Miami Dolphins?
Yikes! See, and this is the team that you want to crown as the champion of the world?
Fine, I'll call in reinforcements.
Shane writes, John, the Chiefs play against the Raiders twice. Cowboys have a harder schedule. Yeah, we only got to play against them once.
Stop!
What a nice life that would be to only play them once.
The Giants and Washington.
That'd be nice. They play.
That's your team. You got to play them 4 times.
Chiefs get to play
You
them,
get to
though.
play 2 bad teams twice each. There's only one truly bad team in the AFC West.
That's true. The Raiders. The Raiders.
But anyway, I'm going to call in the reinforcements to help me out as we do a top and bottom 5 and
lovely
a lot more coming
You have
up.
the Chiefs in your top 5. Whoa! I can't wait to see this.
Well, the top 5 of mid.
Perfect.
16-20 in the zone.
Fascinating.
Yeah, fascinating how Kelsey, who's our great friend of the Grum,
Thank you, Kelsey.
the official baker of the Grum,
Yep.
brings in this delicious apple cheesecake. Instantly has
Pie.
to tell it. Well,
See,
no, it was. I thought there was a cheesecake. I thought there
No,
was
it's apple cheesecake pie, right?
Okay, but it's
Either way, she baked it for us.
She baked it for us, but
I didn't. No, do not blame me. Do not put it on the internet.
But she made half of it without
She said
apples.
just a little tiny bit.
Half of it without apples because some people have the dietetic needs of a 4-year-old.
I didn't ask for
Then-
this.
So Josh goes in to get himself a slice, using air quotes.
Then we don't have a knife.
And Nick goes over to get himself an actual slice. And Nick says, "Look what he did." And basically there's like a spoonful and a half just dug right out of the side.
Now, here's
of
the
it.
problem.
And so it looks like someone just took their greasy, grimy paw and just stuck it in there like,
Now,
and then just stuck it.
So in Kelsey's defense, she'd asked me, "Hey, could I bring it on?" She said Wednesday, and I said, "No, John will be gone, so you wouldn't get to see John." She said, "How about Tuesday?" And I said, "Yeah, that sounds great."
Yeah.
Not thinking that we had our potluck today, and the potluck,
Yes.
I ate, and I think we all ate.
It cuts fine with the fork, by the way.
An incredible amount of food at the potluck, and so it is now.
Some of us have more control.
Well, I like food.
I do too.
And I went for a run this morning.
I ate a lot of food.
Oh, I went for a run this morning. Not a sport.
I'm just saying. I didn't say it was. Man, John is so triggered.
I don't know why
these
he's
days.
running
What's
is
going
a
on with
sport,
John?
for
John,
the
why
record.
are you
I
so triggered?
I like making you mad. Anyway,
Yeah, he's
I
making
cut
me
a
mad.
nice, easy slice out of it.
Now, so anyway, I'm full, and thus it is 4, and I feel bad because Kelsey, she has a new job. Shout out to Kelsey, that does not allow her to watch and or listen to the Grum as much as she used to.
Right.
I saw her in the YouTube chat earlier. She was probably like, "I hope that they eat the food." I was stuffed, and so I said we should have some of her delicious pie, cheesecake pie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Why do you keep looking at me like that, Nick?
Because, like,
now what?
You could have cut yourself a thin slice. You didn't have to just dig a chunk out of it.
It does.
That's a little psychotic.
It looks like our possum, our dead possum out there,
does.
took his dismembered paw and just went.
You just scraped it.
You could have
through.
just looked at it and said fascinating. That's what you could have done at the slice. I did it for the content.
Thank
Because
you.
now look.
Thank you very much, Nick, for pointing that out. Very
Now,
good.
I didn't.
Very, very good.
Now, I feel bad that she.
You know what
didn't
else I feel bad about? I think we cut into the one part that doesn't have apple in it.
Oh man, no wonder I like this bite.
Oh,
so much.
you are such a.
I got a slice of apple.
Very
I
good,
got
though.
apple.
Very
that
good.
crust with the cinnamon.
Oh
I
my
assume.
God.
And the streusel.
J-Man
on
writes,
top.
"I like food, Mr. Football. This hard-hitting analysis is why I listen to the Grum daily." Thank you, Kelsey.
I mean,
a
that's-
truly great friend of the Grum.
That's what you would expect.
Seems
someone
like
with
she's doing
bad
awesome in
case
her
of
life.
CTE. Yes, it does, and we're so happy for her.
Yeah, yeah. We got her in the thing, and so we're very happy. About
Yeah,
that.
this
Very
is
happy.
very good.
Very
There
happy.
is apple in here. It's great.
It is delicious.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Kelsey.
Thank you, Kelsey. All right, football.
Big NFL segment. Man, you want to talk about a flip-flop role reversal.
Ooh.
That is your 2025 Kansas City Chiefs.
What were they in one-score games last year, John? 10-0, 11-0. What was the record?
They won 11 one-score games last year.
How many one-score games did they play in last year, John?
Wasn't it all 11?
It was 11 one-score games.
Oh,
How many
they're like-
one-score games have they played in this year, Nick?
I don't know.
5.
5,
Guess how many they've won this year?
2.
0.
Oh, really?
Point.
Wow. They turned into
Zero.
Nebraska.
They have turned into Scott Frost's
Uh-huh.
Nebraska Cornhuskers. They very much have before our eyes.
I thought they've won at least one.
They've
No.
won 5 games, but all of the games have been by at least 9 points.
That's brazy.
It is brazy.
I think it's just weird. But
Weird.
but coming back to the mean, everything's coming back to the mean
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to this year's Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
But on that note,
Oh, here we go.
speaking of Kansas City,
Here we go, Mr. Defense.
it's not me.
Your Honor.
It's our friend Aaron Schatz.
Oh, no. What did he say? I like Aaron.
The Chiefs are now the 4th best 5-5 team in DVOA history. His numbers go back to 1980. The other teams that are ahead of them.
Yeah.
The 2006 Eagles.
Yep.
And the 2015 Seahawks each finished 10-6, made the playoffs.
But what about that other team?
The number 3 team was the 97 Cowboys. They collapsed.
They
but
did.
That was late stage triplets.
That was they went into the Packers game that year with a record of, I believe, 6-6. They got beat by like 30, and that they never won a game the rest of the year.
If I got beat by 30, I wouldn't
knocked out of that season.
It wouldn't surprise
Somebody got
me.
knocked out. I'm pretty sure. Aikman seemed to get knocked out every season.
He did, yeah. That was late stage Barry Switzer as well.
Yeah.
Things were bad. That's not going to happen to the Chiefs. They're going to win some games. They'll make the playoffs. Those, by the way, those teams though, 06 Eagles. They did nothing of note that year. And the 15 Seahawks, that was the team. I hope Mike Schaefer's not listening, that beat the Vikings in the cold when they missed like the 2-yard field goal.
Oh, that's right.
But then they lost in the second round, and so nothing really mattered. It was to the Panthers, if I remember right. So
there
you go.
The Chiefs' schedule to finish.
It's not like super duper easy, but there are winnable games all across it. They have the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
You still have one more game against what should still be the San Diego Chargers. One more game against Denver.
Mm-hmm.
But the Colts are coming up.
That's Sunday.
This weekend.
Mm-hmm. Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Cowboys on Thanksgiving, which will be interesting in that Dallas has a really good offense with a really bad defense. So, honestly, that could be like a 45-41 type game.
Can't wait to lose it. It's going to be great.
The Texans,
dude, they are sneaky tough because their defense is awesome. They're not a contender, but their defense is going to drag you down into the muck.
And then at the Titans, at the Raiders.
See, so you got win there, and then what? I think they'll probably beat the Chargers in the second game of that series this year because the Chargers are just so injured. I mean, you want to talk about a team that we haven't really talked about lately? That loss that they had on Sunday was terrible. What was the final score? Like 35-9 or something ridiculous? They got absolutely run off the field.
You know what? I was so obsessed with my team, I forgot about that.
Here, I will read you the score of this game. By the way,
they lose to?
They lost to the Jaguars 35-6.
Okay.
Yeah, they got killed. That was in the early window. They got absolutely run off the field. And
I
so
really didn't see
they're injured, man. They're very, very, very injured. And they have a tough end of their season. They got the Eagles coming up. They have the Chiefs that we talked about. The Cowboys is certainly a losable game. They have the Texans. They have the Broncos. It's going to be tough.
Obviously, Mitch will be on tomorrow.
Yeah.
How pivotal is this Colts game?
Huge. Absolutely huge. I mean, certainly I'm done with the AFC West stuff. I know we were having fun with Brunts. They're not going to win the AFC West. So now it's about wild card. It's about putting yourself into a position where you honestly have a little wiggle room going into the end of the year. I mean, this is pretty big. It's a home game too. So you not only could you lose to the Colts, but you lose to the Colts at home. You know?
But you beat the Colts, who are everybody's Patriots too, but the darlings of the AFC and a legitimately good team. And people are going to start talking themselves into, here comes that dangerous 7 seed scenario that we talked about yesterday, because arguably of the teams remaining on the schedule, the Colts are playing the best football of the teams remaining on the schedule. Because Denver seems to show up when they need to, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're winning all
these
games.
The Colts have been about as consistent as you can ask for from the very start of the season.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Very start of the season, Colts have been very consistent in terms of how competitive and how tough they have been. I mean, they beat the Colts this week. And you're going to start getting folks coming back in on the Chiefs.
For sure.
And
Bro, I guess what are you asking right now? Are you asking, can they go on a run or will they make the playoffs?
Well, I guess I'm asking, does a run have to include a win over the Colts?
The issue with losing on Sunday would be the math of the season just starts becoming very difficult because they would suddenly be a 5-6 football team with 6 games to go.
11.
They can still finish 11-6. I just don't know why you would expect them to, I guess would be my point.
Well, then the next question would be, is there shame in if they lose another one-score game to the Colts?
There's no shame in it. It's just the math of the year is just hard. And so I think they need to start picking up these wins because you lose again. That's 6 losses. I mean, I guess, John, you could say they have to go 5-1 in the back half to get to the playoffs. Like, you just don't want to have to go 5-1.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys aren't making the playoffs, right? If they were to make the playoffs moving forward, they would have to have a similar run. They would have to go like 6-1, 5-2. They're too inconsistent of a football team to go 6-1 or 5-2. Right now, I think that the Chiefs 4-3 should be the minimum expectation because that gets you to 9-8. But I think 5-2 is the record that you probably need. And so that's the issue with where they sit right now, in my opinion.
Speaking of Aaron Schatz's stats,
mm-hmm.
I'm going to make sure I'm queued up to the right page. Well, this one was rather interesting. And it is about the aforementioned Patriots and the Panthers and the Bears.
Okay.
More Aaron Schatz DVOA fun. Remember, his numbers go back to 1980.
Nice.
The Patriots are the second worst 9-2 team ever on DVOA behind the 2022 Vikings. This was the team that Mike Schaefer defended to the hill.
He forever will.
And that team, what did they do in the playoffs? Well, they do what all Viking teams do in the playoffs. They don't win.
Correct. They lost to the Giants. Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Tough luck.
So that's interesting.
Yep.
The Bears at 7-3. Hate to rain on your parade. You're finally in first place.
What are you going to say to McMaster?
What
What are you going to say to McMaster?
They are the second worst
Pick that up.
7-3 team.
Put the lid
in
on.
DVOA behind the 86 Chiefs.
Wow.
The 1986 Chiefs. Man,
I was going to say, what happened with Kansas City back in 1986?
The 1986 Chiefs finished 10-6. This was the one good year they had under John Makovic.
The Texas coach?
Yeah.
The financier? Wow, that's crazy.
Who would later be replaced the next year by Frank Gans.
I don't know that man. Is he related to Joe? Joey Gans.
Spelled differently.
Oh, okay. Gans.
It's weird that there's 2 different ways to have Gans as the last name.
Gansz.
Wow. Okay.
The 86 Chiefs did make the playoffs when they lost to the Jets 35-15.
So they sucked.
We're good.
And then the Panthers.
And the Carolina Panthers are the second worst 6-5 team ever behind the 2016 Texans.
They made the playoffs. They made, if I remember right, the divisional round against New England, and then they lost to the Patriots on their way towards a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they beat the Raiders in the wild card.
Because the Raiders, Derek
yeah.
Carr, tore up his knee at the end of the regular season.
And then the Patriots doubled him up.
Wow.
In the postseason.
So not the best company to keep.
Not the best company to keep.
See, that's why, man, I'm really hoping that the Chiefs make the playoffs as the 7 seed and the Patriots are the 2 seed, just because that would be really, really fun. Like, just insanely stressful for New England fans. You know, take it from the only team who lost to a 7 seed. It's miserable. And so good luck to you if that is to be the case.
And there's one more team to discuss.
Uh-oh.
And that would be the Detroit Lions.
What's going on with them?
Who, according to Aaron Schatz, these are the best. Actually, I made a mistake. His numbers now go back to 78. I forgot. He added 2 more years.
Oh.
There you go.
Makes a difference.
The Lions, currently at 6-4, are the 4th best 6-4 team since 1978, only trailing the 2001 Eagles, who lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship.
People forget.
The 1995 49ers, who lost in the divisional round. That would have been to Green Bay. The 2005 Chargers, who did not make the playoffs.
That is one of those teams, that is like a lost team for that era because they were super, super good and they didn't make the postseason.
But there were 2 teams in this top list, the top looks like 9, that made a Super Bowl. The Falcons, who choked the Super Bowl.
Wow.
They were 6-4 at one point.
Should have had to play the Cowboys that postseason.
And the 2019 Super Bowl champion Chiefs.
See, and that the difference, though, between that Chiefs team and this Lions team is that was the year that Mahomes missed time because of the quarterback sneak that messed up his knee against the Broncos. And then he came back and they ripped through the end of the season. And then they, went on and won the Super Bowl. This Lions team, relatively healthy, all things considered. You know?
Lions team is relatively healthy, and let's face it, the Bears, we've already talked about them.
Paper tiger.
Looks like a little bit of fool's
a
gold.
paper bear, perhaps.
The Packers,
nice.
Not much to write home about.
Mid.
And the Lions have not played the Bears yet at all this year, right?
No, they have. They whooped them
that's
back
right.
in week 2.
So they still have another game against the Bears. They still have another game against the Packers.
And they're going to beat the Packers next time they play them on Thanksgiving, in my opinion.
I mean,
they have the Vikings one more time.
I don't even know if this is worthy of the list. The Lions are going to win this division.
Whoa, you think so?
Yes.
Ooh. Then
put it on the list.
All right.
If that's your reaction.
All right.
Put it on the list. The Detroit Lions are winning the NFC North.
All right. I'll
Get the tomatoes.
Get the tomatoes, indeed.
And on that subject, I have I've posted Aaron's latest DVOA this year by division, and this will also show playoff percentages. That's under the TOT column. That's each team's percentage chance of making the playoffs. Right now, the Eagles are at 99.6. This is NFC.
Jerks.
99.6 for the Eagles to make the playoffs, a 42% chance of being the number 1 seed. The Rams are next at 98.7. 98.7 on your FM dial.
Nice.
Christmas all the time, 98.7. 36% chance of being the 1 seed. Seattle, 97% chance of making the playoffs, 13% chance at the 1 seed. Tampa Bay, 92% chance of making the playoffs, but only a 1.3 chance of the 1 seed. 49ers are still sitting pretty, 85% chance of making the playoffs. Detroit, 84% chance of making the playoffs.
So you're looking at 3 teams from the NFC West, and then 2 from the North, and then 1 each from the South and the East.
Interestingly enough, the Packers still are listed by Aaron 78% chance of making the playoffs. I get it. I understand his numbers, but that feels high.
It does. That tie, I think, is going to work in their favor.
It could.
It's going to work in their favor.
Bears right now,
44%
chance.
Wow, still under 50%, even though they are 4 games above 500 and in first place in the division.
Just shows you, how much the analytics trust the Bears right now. On the AFC ledger,
they don't.
The leader in the clubhouse are the Denver Broncos, 97.9% chance of making the playoffs, 33% chance at the 1 seed.
Whoa.
Next in line are the Patriots, 96% chance of the playoffs, 18% of the 1 seed.
How about, speaking of, so the Patriots, only an 18% chance of making the 1 seed. That's because they do not trust them.
Well, that's because they still have Buffalo left. Meanwhile, Indianapolis has a slightly lower percent chance of making the playoffs at 94.5, but a 32% chance of being right behind Denver.
So DVOA is saying it's most likely going to be the Colts or the Broncos
as the 1 seed. Yes.
Wow.
And the thing that might keep New England from that spot is Buffalo being right there. Buffalo, even though they are a game and a half back in the AFC East, 92% chance of the playoffs, 12.5% chance at the 1 seed.
Dude, the 1 seed is going to be so key because, again, if the Chiefs make it in as the 7, you do not want to be the 2 seed that has to play them. Getting that bye is always important, but getting a bye and avoiding Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, very nice.
Now, a team we have not yet discussed.
Steelers?
The Baltimore Ravens.
Oh.
Even though they're a game back of Pittsburgh, 67% chance at the playoffs.
Nice.
The Chiefs, with the same record, 62% chance of the playoffs.
Man,
which is better than the Chargers,
Chargers,
which is at 51%.
I don't know how much of the Baltimore game you watched on Sunday. My guess is very little because your team was on opposite it. But they did not look very good in the win over Cleveland.
I only saw the very, very end when Shador was making against all odds passes.
I want to believe in them, but the eye test tells me do not believe in them is what the eye test tells me.
You know what I just realized?
What?
I forgot to upload.
Well, that's great. We can take a nice little break, and then we can do it on the other.
Little breaky.
I forgot to upload the top and bottom.
Teensy weensy. Don't change that dial. Don't change it.
Or press that button.
Or press
Not really
the button.
a dial anymore.
Or go to the other YouTube.
I don't know. I found a radio at a thrift shop that has a dial. It's nice.
Don't change it.
And it has the 1600 band.
Yeah, break it, the extended band. Break the knob off, Nick, and listen to 1620 The Zone. Cool, crystal clear AM radio. It sounds amazing.
I was picking it up for my house.
Awesome.
So we'll have our top and bottom fives. We'll see how much agreement we have.
I'm very curious.
On 1620 The Zone. Oh man, it's not looking good for the Colts.
Oh no,
Those of you who had Jets plus 19, I think you're already going to the pay window.
And on the money line, you might get that money line winner even.
Be careful with that
money,
bookie.
what
They'll
would the
probably
money
break
line
your
have
legs.
been on that game?
On a plus 19.
Is there a way to figure out historically what the line for this game was?
Oh, yeah,
No, it was. It was 19. It was Jets
was?
by or
Thanks
Colts
for
by
listening
19.
to the crossover earlier, Nick.
I wasn't. I'm sorry.
I don't know why my internet's not working. I will go look and see what plus 19 on the money line would
Is
pay,
that part
John.
of your Twitter ban? Did Elon ban you from the internet too?
Probably did.
I don't know.
We have a two pair of tickets for Omaha basketball. The Mavs are playing tomorrow night.
Yes, we do.
Against Concordia over at the Baxter.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we had some fun with the very first question of the Matt Rule press conference when he was asked, so, Matt, what do you think about having to play a night game in State College knowing that it's going to be a late arrival and you've got a short week coming up against Iowa? Where's the thump? Because remember, he thumped the podium too.
See, the thump wasn't the funny part to me, so I guess I just
The
didn't
whole
think
thing
about
was,
the thump.
but wasn't it?
The
wasn't
whole
like
5
the-
seconds was funny.
Wasn't it like it wasn't even? It was
See,
like
this is what got. That's the only thing.
right,
that
but
got
I
me.
like the thump too.
Yeah,
Okay. Sorry for not including the thump.
All right, well,
Yeah.
you know, we don't always, our minds aren't always on the same page with these things. Yeah, I was with you,
So
John.
in other words, if Nick could make a thumbnail a GIF, it would have just been the meh part, but not the
yeah, the whole wow. Yeah. So
Well, either
listen
way.
for that.
Listen for that.
And if your caller number
3,
awesome.
Be caller 3, and we'll cook you up with tickets to tomorrow night, Omaha and Concordia, and you'll of course hear that game over on
1180
The zone.
The zone.
It's 1180 the zone.
The zone.
The
Definitely.
the
1180
Christmas
the
zone?
zone.
The zone.
By the way, John, North
Yes.
Texas is favored this weekend by 18.5 points over Rice. Rice on the money line would pay plus 810. That said, back in the 60s, I bet the juice would have been a little higher on that.
Well, that and you were also maybe not because you were probably dealing with Vito from Brooklyn.
You might break those legs.
And you're like,
dead legs.
Hey, now wait a minute. This other guy was giving me a line that said that the Jets by plus 19 and his money line was
60s voice.
7 to 1. You're gonna get 4 to 1 and you're gonna like it.
Was that your Pete Rose impression?
Get John Walker.
Pete
on the
Rose
phone.
wasn't betting
You're
in
gonna
1969.
You're gonna
He might have been, John.
Yeah, that's true. We don't know this.
I've been listening to a podcast about Pete Rose. I'm pretty sure he might have been.
Yeah, why wouldn't he have been betting?
You're
in
gonna
69?
get 4 to 1, and that's all you're gonna get because it's the Jets. And as we know, the Jets are the most reliable team in the American Football League. No one will ever say that the Jets aren't reliable with Joe Willie.
It's John Walker right there.
Did you know his dad used to take him to dog races when he was a kid?
Pete?
Yeah, that probably didn't instill anything in him.
Back to
Probably loves dogs.
Probably loves dogs. Back to the NFL. He
Loved.
loved.
Past tense.
We were talking about the Bears. Sam writes in.
The Bears have won. The Bears have won.
I'm fine saying the Lions are winning the division, but you have to mention the Bears are 25th in DVOA. We didn't mention that that's where they are, but we did mention, Sam, that they are the second worst team ever in DVOA with a record of 7-3.
Yeah.
So we pretty much got all the way.
Yeah, we got you there.
Yeah, we got you, Sam. We got you.
We got you taken care of. I love that the Colts are using timeouts with 15 seconds.
Hey, they
left.
got it. They're trying to get the
They're
comeback.
down by 9.
The comeback is on, John. The comeback is on.
Don't worry, Don Shula. You'll get another chance with the Colts. No, he won't.
No, he will not.
But he will be back and stronger than ever for a few years. And then he'll just kind of fade. Let's get to our top and bottom 5.
Let's do it.
The bottom 5.
Whoa, we are differing in some spots.
Well, we agree on who's the dirt bottom.
Yeah.
Who's at the bottom of Weeb Eubanks' cleats that he is wearing with his suit in Super Bowl 3?
Weeb?
That would be the dirt known as the Tennessee Titans, formerly coached by Bill from Nashville's kid.
Hey, Joey Gant.
Hey,
they suck.
My boy coached that team.
They are terrible.
Yep.
They are terrible. But not only do we differ on 31, I have a team in here that you don't even have in your bottom 5.
Well, that's because the Giants actually beat the Eagles.
Yeah, but that was so
Who
long
have
ago.
the Saints beat?
That was so long ago now. That's a good question. That
They
you
beat
asked.
the worst, one of the worst 6-5 or whatever the Panthers record is. in DVOA.
That is true. The Saints this year have beat the Panthers and the Giants. Oh, that's actually an argument in my favor. Ha ha! The Giants are bad. Now, here's my reasoning why.
Because you're biased against the Giants.
That's not fair. I had been saying that they were solid over the last few weeks, but now they're down to their third-string quarterback, and they had to fire their coach.
Maybe they get to play their third string.
Maybe they do.
Did you think about it that way?
They
get to play Jameis Winston.
They are so bad. Yeah, Jeff says no Jets, Josh. They are ass. They are ass.
Yeah, the Jets are worse than the Giants.
They are really bad. Both teams are really, really bad.
I'm surprised that you don't have the Raiders lower. You have them at 28. I have them at 30.
Yeah.
The Raiders are bad.
The Cowboys did run them off the field last night.
They are bad.
That's true.
I'm really disappointed in Genty. I'm really disappointed.
He doesn't have an offensive line.
Okay.
His yards before contact are 0. He's getting hit at the line of scrimmage every play.
That's rough.
So he's had a rough go this year. I just think you're looking at the teams that I have in front of them, and maybe this is actually an argument in favor of the Raiders being lower. Giants are down to their third string quarterback. The Browns are down to their fifth string quarterback. And the Saints are now playing a backup as well. And so I just think that those teams are all slightly worse. Also, the Raiders have the win over the Patriots, so that's working in their favor.
I just realized this. They never carried.
John's not even listening.
No, I was listening, but they're not even carrying Weeb Eubank off the field.
Maybe they'll.
That used to be the big thing back in these days.
Yeah.
Freaking Lombardi would win these games by 50, and they'd be carrying his ass off the field. Meanwhile, poor Weeb Eubank has to just waddle across like a duck.
It's not called the Weeb Trophy, John.
That is a good point.
Mm-hmm.
To round out my bottom 5, Jets at 29, Browns at 28.
Okay.
And Josh put the Saints at 29 and the Raiders at 28.
Indeed, I did.
All right. So
top 5, way more interesting. Way more interesting.
Here's what we got.
Whoa!
We have consensus at the very top.
I am surprised. I thought you would have the Rams, even though the Rams lost to the Eagles. Last time we did this, you had them in front of the Eagles. I am a little surprised.
Well, part of this is I don't want to jinx my team.
Nice job, John.
I want to give them another reason to be motivated this week when they play Rams legend Baker Mayfield.
Sean McVay's going to see our
Sunday Night
YouTube
Football.
video and be like, "Did you see this? Even a fan of us has us at number 2. Go beat the Bucks."
Maybe I'll be inspired to call a smarter game and not actively try to drive me insane.
I don't think that's going to happen.
This is a lot. It is on the head-to-head, and the Eagles defense is playing well.
Monstrous.
I would love, I would relish another shot at these idiots.
Hey, do you know what this means?
And by the way, I have done a 180. Get that damn tush push out of the game. It's so stupid.
Fascinating. You used to make fun of me all the time. Why are you out on the play now? Because they can't officiate it? Because the refs are idiots?
Well, the refs are idiots.
By the way, John, this is a handshake meme of all handshake memes for Sunday. Go Cowboys. You're rooting for Dallas. Let's go Cowboys.
Why am I rooting for Dallas?
What?
Who are they playing? I don't even know.
The Eagles.
Oh.
Go Cowboys. Shake my hand, John. We're rooting for the Cowboys.
No, because you just dug it into poor Kelsey's pie.
No, I used a fork. I'm coming over. We're watching I'll bring over a
good luck, because I'll be in the air.
I'll
flying to Las Vegas.
I'll bring you my Miles Austin jersey. I will send it.
Oh, I could use some more toilet paper.
Wrong,
Thanks.
John. It's authentic. You wouldn't want that as toilet paper. It would hurt.
No, because it's probably pillowy soft, just like the Cowboys.
Got them.
I'm surprised you don't have the Seahawks in your top 5. I got them 3.
Yeah, I think Seattle's really, really good.
You're a little Patriots pilled lately.
Yeah, Patriots at 3.
They're. What do you guys mean? I mean, they're 9-2.
Yeah, they're good, but I don't know if they top 5 good.
Is anybody top 5 good?
I mean,
they're not. Nobody. I don't know who else would
They're
be.
the second worst 9-2 team.
I know.
In DVOA.
Look, I'm gonna very much pick against them in the playoffs, but I have to respect them right now. I respect that they keep winning these football games, and that I know what the schedule's been. Honestly, I thought about moving the Broncos up to 3. You could make an argument. They have really good wins. Now they
have
look
a couple
like
really
crap.
good wins. I think the Colts just look the part more.
Do they?
Yes.
Which quarterback of those teams do you trust the most?
Of which teams?
Broncos, Colts, and Patriots. Which quarterback do you
I think I
trust
trust
them?
Nick's a little more.
What?
Yeah.
No way. I think I might trust Drake May.
See, but it.
By the way,
Has Drake? What's the best defense Drake May has seen this year? The Bills.
Yeah, I'd have to
which
look
is
at
not a good defense.
Yeah, I'd have to look at numbers. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, he really has not been tested, and I don't
By the way,
want.
Broncos beat the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Texans.
They have.
Chiefs, Eagles, Texans.
They certainly have.
It's a solid list of teams.
The Colts.
I'm a believer.
They're best. The Colts have beaten the Broncos.
Colts have beaten the Broncos. That's true. Maybe I should have flipped them. Part of that is that it was a while ago now, and
of those three teams, the Colts
I don't trust any of them.
look the part better.
Yeah.
If you can take off the Daniel Jones blinders.
Well, and he had a lot of turnovers in the Steelers game. He did not look very good. That's the one thing
That
I
is true.
will say about Drake May. I mean they had the Steelers
But
lost
the Steelers
earlier this
are
year.
a division leader.
Yeah, yes, for now. That is true.
For now.
That is true. Stim says Knicks dropped absolute dimes on Sunday. Disgusting display, boys.
I mean, when Bo Nix is on, he looks pretty good. But then when
all three plays every game.
But when you watch him against the Raiders, it was like, ugh.
Yeah, so I guess I will stick with my Patriots at number 3 then. You make a fair argument about the Seahawks. I really like the cut of their jib, but that's another quarterback that I don't trust in big moments. He was horrible on Sunday against your team. Horrible.
Well, interesting. We end on that note.
Why is that?
Because the super hot take market.
Oh, you going to say Sam Darnold is good?
No.
Okay.
Spoilers.
But Sam Darnold may be involved.
He
may be involved, just like you can get involved with Underdog. UnderdogFantasy.com or download the Underdog app. This is where you, in Nebraska, you don't have to go to that empty field just off the Mormon Bridge to go play Underdog. You can play it from the comfort of your own home right here in Omaha or in Lincoln or in Beatrice or Fremont,
Axtell.
Columbus, Axtell. You can play it today, and here it's so easy to do. You download that Underdog app. You find a game across all leagues. In this case, we're talking NFL. But go find a favorite player and determine higher or lower on a variety of different possible categories. And there's usually, there can be upwards of 10, 12 different categories per player, but some of the basics like rushing yards, receiving yards, passing yards, touchdowns thrown,
Fantasy
touchdowns
points.
caught, fantasy points, a lot of different things. But just at the very least, just go check it out. You can win up to 5,000 times your money. And did I mention you can play in Nebraska? And with our promo code, you can start playing now with some bonus funds.
1620 The Zone is the promo code, John. You can score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. The promo code again is 1620 The Zone. So take advantage today on the app or at UnderdogFantasy.com. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hey, Tapper for.
It's time for the Super Hot Take Market. And while we're shopping in the Sam Darnold aisle, here's a hot take I can be talked into. If either Sam Darnold or Jared Goff can get their poop in a group, their team will be the new force, the force in the NFC.
I absolutely can get there with the Seahawks or with the Lions, though they seem a bit more problematic this year for some reason to me.
Well, that's just because Dan. But I mean, if Jared Goff's playing better, they would probably convert a couple of those fourth downs that they shouldn't be going for.
That is true.
But they have to get their poop in a grip. I mean, like if Goff can get back to playing like he did last year,
sure.
The Lions are healthy,
healthy-ish.
I know the back end of the secondary is but they're
definitely healthier than last year.
Better than they were at this point last year.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle's got a good defense. I take back the nasty things I said about them last week. I still won't take back the fact that they're a scumbag franchise with scummy fans.
Whoa.
But
do you know any of their fans?
No, not personally. That's a good defense.
It is.
Now,
people are
they
saying
can be a little too Jackson Smith in Jigba pilled.
He's good. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying it'd be nice if there were. Now I know they recently just got his name just escaped me, from the Saints, who they used a little bit on Sunday. So that's going to help. But a good running game, offensive line has been good.
Good coach.
But Darnold's got to be on.
Yeah.
And so if they can get there. And 4 turnovers against the Rams. He has been a little turnover prone.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Even when they were winning or when they've won games, he's been a little turnover prone. But if either of those guys get it together, those are dangerous, dangerous teams.
Don't hate those takes, John. Hot take, I believe. USC Oregon is an elimination game for both teams. We discussed this a little bit yesterday, but I wanted to unpack it more. Oregon, on the surface, seems fine. Brand, prestige. They only have one loss, and it was a good loss.
Don't worry about them.
Indiana.
But with Iowa dropping off like they have, Iowa's now a 6-4 football team. Who is Oregon's best win against? Nick, you tell me.
Go Hawks.
It's against Iowa.
It's against Iowa.
But if they lose,
but Iowa's a 6-4 team.
They wouldn't have any wins against ranked teams. Meanwhile, if USC loses, it's obvious they're a 3-loss team and they're toast. Oregon's got to win this one. Or maybe John's doomsday of 2 Big Ten playoff teams versus 4 is a bit more realistic.
Would it be doomsday or would it be cause for celebration?
It would be doomsday. I don't want 6 or 7 SEC teams in the playoff. That's stupid. You shouldn't be finishing 7th in a football conference and making a postseason.
Yeah, but if the Big Ten gets their way in the playoff discussion down the road,
thank God.
Probably will be that
Thank
way.
God. Thank you, Tony Petitti.
Yeah, thanks, Tony Petitti.
That's it. And I kind of think Oregon might lose this game. I know it's in Austin, but I don't like the cut of their jib right now, man. You're picking the Ducks?
Yes.
Okay.
USC's away from home.
Sure. They came to Lincoln and won. Tough atmosphere. It was.
It was a gimmick.
It was a tough atmosphere still.
It was a gimmick.
See, now you are saying it with a negative tone. It was a tough atmosphere. That's an impressive win. You don't think that was impressive?
It was the pretzel
Yeah, but
buns
Oregon's a
of
better
football
football
games.
team than Nebraska.
Very, very much so.
And you're playing the other team. You're not playing the crowd. You're playing the other football team. And if anything, USC's like, oh, well, big deal. 50,000 screaming people in yellow. We had 80,000 people screaming in black.
I watch
Who
Oregon
cares?
pretty much every week. Something's off about them right now. Something's off about them. Thanks for the predictions point on Friday. I'll take USC.
Maybe they're
Go
cursed
right
after
ahead.
they, did the wave at Iowa.
Oh, yeah. Oh, John was in here
And
for
also
that.
keep in mind, USC was down 14 to Iowa in a heartbeat.
And what'd they do?
Well, they did come back,
They
and I
came
give
back.
them, I give them
Culture
credit for it.
win.
No, it was Iowa's fault, though.
I don't-
Culture win.
I think Oregon's going to. What is this number in that game, by the way?
Close to 10.
I mean, USC will
No,
probably.
you're not allowed to take USC. You have to take Oregon. We just agreed to it in predictions.
We didn't agree. I'm taking them to win. I didn't say nothing about the spread.
USC didn't beat Iowa. Iowa lost.
Okay, stop.
to
You're
USC.
way too obsessed with that game. The Iowa lost. Get over it.
It shouldn't have happened.
Ole Miss. This is a hot take.
That you believe?
Is in a no-win situation.
What do you mean? If they win, they win.
Well, I'm talking
is the
about.
opposite of not winning.
I'm talking about their coaching situation.
Because it seems like Kiffin's going to bail.
And if they do get into the playoff, they could be one and done. Because it seems like their coach is 1 foot out the door. Now, I'm going to play you a bit of audio here. This is from today's Pat McAfee show.
Oh.
Well, hey.
I heard John cutting this earlier. I was wondering what this was about.
But the man does talk to everybody. And he gets people to say things. Here's what Lane Kiffin had to say about the ultimatum.
That come with having success. You talked about the past 3 years being an absolute juggernaut down there in the SEC for Ole Miss. All the success you've had in the past, your name is a topic of discussion everywhere, seemingly, and will be for the rest of your life. It's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing because it means that you're having success, which is why other people are certainly going to mention your name whenever jobs open up. But there's a rumor now circulating on the internet, and we appreciate you joining us here to maybe kind of clarify this. Was there like an ultimatum given to you in the middle of a season from Ole Miss? It feels like the way I'm reading it on the internet is that Ole Miss has told you, and you were doing yoga, I guess, this morning with the AD. Ole Miss has told you, like, we need an answer.
Where'd the audio go?
It froze.
That's absolutely not true. There's been no ultimatum, anything like that at all. And so I don't know where that came from, like a lot of stuff that comes out there. Like I said, man, we're having a blast. I love it here. I mean, our running back sitting right over here. Come on over. And it just couldn't be better. Like I said, you pray for things. Our fans prayed for this type of thing, and now we're in the middle of it. So enjoy it. You're 10-1. You're getting ready. You got a bye week. You get to watch half the country lose, and there's no way we can lose Saturday. And then you play the Egg Bowl and go dominate that and keep that Egg Bowl trophy home where it's been for a long time.
He could have left. The running back could have just left after.
Yeah,
he did this.
So what's the hot take?
Well, the hot take is they're in a no-win situation. He still sounds like a guy who's out the door. And even if he stays, how much of this distraction is going to be out there? Guess what? Next year, we're going to have a whole nother round. How many of you, raise your hand, think that Lane Kiffin is an Ole Miss lifer?
I don't see any hands.
There's no hands.
Nick, put the hand down.
There's no hands.
sorry.
Now, some people might say, well, but John, if they just make the playoff for Ole Miss, that'll be a huge win.
I mean, it would be.
That was my argument.
Seriously, it's a program that this is the golden era of Ole Miss football. So, like, that is something to be celebrated. But you're right. It will have, like, it would always be sullied by, and the coach was 1 foot out the door the entire time.
Exactly. And then where are you going to be?
Maybe they'll get Brian Kelly.
So
they'll get Brian Kelly.
I mean,
Matt
Kiffin,
Rule.
Kiffin just said it right there. You're 10-1. Notice how he said you're 10-1. You're 10-1.
Yikes!
Go out there and enjoy it. We can't lose this week because we're not playing. We're going to win and dominate the Egg Bowl.
It's very much.
I'm sorry. You're going to win and dominate the Egg Bowl, and you're going to get to keep the Egg Bowl trophy while I go play for the Florida, Georgia, whatever they play for in the cocktail party.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Coke.
that Arkansas LSU boot thing if I decide to go to Baton Rouge and follow my daughter who's dating the linebacker.
Yeah.
Whatever the case may be. I would be happy if I were an Ole Miss fan being in the position I'm in, but knowing that the future doesn't look bright.
Hot take I get to be talked into before we go to Sipple. Changes are going to come to the Big Ten television contract. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know how they're going to put it together.
They're going to move to Platform or the Oprah Winfrey Network.
You mean
Platform?
Freeform?
Oh, Freeform, whatever.
He was talking about the Netflix movie.
Oh.
What a great movie, John. Great movie. Stuart Mandel in The Athletic yesterday wrote, is it even possible to get 18 schools spread across the entire continent to unanimously agree on anything? The Big Ten has gotten too big. It has, and the schedule is where that shows itself.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people frustrated by it. You could hear it when I asked Doctorman about it. Something's going to happen. I can be talked into it.
It's also almost double the size of its name.
It is almost double the. Might as well just get it to 20. It's a dumb league, John.
It is a dumb league, man.
Can't believe how much you love it, idiot.
Yeah, huge fan of the Big Ten.
You know who else is a huge fan of the Big Ten?
Tony Petitti?
Probably. I was thinking of a different guy.
Different guy. Well, I'll keep guessing off the air, and we'll welcome in Steve Sipple next.
Perfect.
On 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
Sipple the snowflake
Asked us to
is
call him
one
in
old
5
triggered
minutes.
soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space.
Hey, we gotta be careful here.
He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many.
Oh.
Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
I guarantee you there's some indecisive kid right now standing in front of the ice cream dispenser and the dessert bar at the Golden Corral that was stalling Sip as he was wanting to go and get his complimentary bowl of ice cream. Kid was trying to figure out, do I pick chocolate? Do I pick vanilla? And Sip is like, pull the middle lever, you get them both.
Come on, kid.
And thus Sip is now joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Sip, I hope your meal was good tonight.
I'm not.
It's dark. I figured you would have eaten by now.
I'm not eating dinner right now. Oh my God, that's funny. No, I had to get some Listerine. At the counter.
That's almost funnier. Listerine.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I just, ever have those like times where your just breath just feels nasty. Like I was just like, I'm getting some Listerine. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Were you just like bebopping around town and realize I could use some Listerine, or is this like a special Listerine run?
Mm.
No, it's a special Listerine run. I always try to keep some in my truck and out of the house. And I just don't like that. I just don't like having that bad taste in my mouth.
What color?
Blue.
Aqua. Yeah, aqua.
Aqua. I like the blue.
Yeah.
I like
Well,
the blue.
I'm definitely a fan of the blue.
You remember the old, the OG Listerine? That stuff burned your gums off.
Oh yeah.
That stuff was harsh.
You are an OG, John.
I mean, it was
another way of saying he's old. Am I right, Sipple?
It is. But didn't they like wrap it in paper too, or something like that? I seem to remember that as a kid.
You think of liquor.
Like the bottle was wrapped in brown paper or something.
Yeah, like I said, that's
just
anywho.
Just really
how's
weird.
everything?
Not bad, Sip. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I'd say we're doing pretty good. I did enjoy your column this morning, Sip, and how you had a "No Country for Old Men" quote in it. That was excellent work by you.
Well, thanks, Josh. I don't know if it fit exactly, but
I enjoyed it.
It did come to. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's nice of you.
Yeah, do what I can.
Sip, because of the record, it may not look great beating Penn State, but a loss knocks Penn State presumably out of a bowl. I'm not sure what their APR is or if they would qualify as a 5-win team, but they wouldn't get to 6, that's for sure. But the point spread is where it's at, sitting 9.5. The location, the circumstances. How big would be a win over Penn State this weekend?
Wow, that's a good. It is. Why am I hesitant? Because I always think people will try to diminish it.
Sure they will, because Penn State's got a losing record. They just lost 6 in a row.
Right, so they'll diminish it, but I still say it would be big because Nebraska's program is, and it's Nebraska's trying to progress as a program. Frankly, they're trying to progress to where Penn State is. I mean, awkward conversation, right? Maybe you'd call it a unique conversation. Penn State I was just reading Lindy's preseason magazine. I mean, it was just a glowing appraisal of Penn State going into the season. It's hard to sort of fathom what's happened as you look back, but it did happen. It's spun out really fast. It's very informative that way because it's spun out of control so fast. It can do that. That's my big takeaway. Back to your question, Nebraska's building, rules, trying to build this program to get to 8 wins with a win on the road against the Big Ten team. Virtually any Big Ten team to me is an accomplishment. It's now that becomes a very subjective conversation as to how sizable it is. It's not monumental, but it would be important. That's the best way I put it. It's not monumental, but it's important.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot in my, prep into Penn State this week, and I know I'll be thinking about it in the lead up to Friday when we do our picks. Like, am I viewing this Penn State team as the one that I thought they were or the one that their record says they are? And I've ultimately fallen that they're somewhere in the middle, right? This is still a very talented team. You're mentioning reading a preseason magazine. I mean, gosh, that was 3 months ago, and we're like, this team could win the national championship. 3 months later, it's one of the more disappointing runs that a team has ever had. But the talent is still there. This is still a talented football team, even if the pieces haven't come together like they thought they would in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, number 33, I think it's
Dennis Sutton.
Yeah, I mean, he's as good as Nebraska will see this year. And he's fighting 5 sacks doesn't blow you away. But if you look at his career numbers, they kind of blow you away. He's blocked 3 punts this year. Oof. And against Indiana, just watched the final parts of the Indiana-Penn State game, and he was asserting himself at a super high level in that game as a pass rusher. That's what we're talking about. And they got edge guys that can mess up your night. So, yeah, Josh, you're right. I mean, how could it be that just they were assessed just a few months ago as a by us probably included as a team that could win the national title? It's not like they're rocked by injury.
No.
Yes, they lost out, but and that's a big loss.
But that was after the stuff had started falling apart.
Right. So once again, it just spun out. I mean, I think, it wasn't a poor showing against Oregon. It was a poor throw by Aller in the second overtime. And then they lose to UCLA, and it was inexplicable. It's shocking, right? It's almost one of those losses where you kind of remember where you're at when it happened. Maybe not quite that, but it's getting close to that. It was getting close to that. And the same with Northwestern. And then the wheels are kind of off all of a sudden, right?
Yeah.
They lose to Iowa, but it wasn't. I watched that game. That was a good game. I mean, they looked good that game. It was a war. I think they lost 26-25. So they just kind of lost it fast, and then they've kind of crawled out of it against Indiana. They obviously could have won that game. Had a great shot to win it. Probably should have won it, and then came back with a pretty good win at Michigan State. So, no, this is tough. I figured it would be, and it will be tough to beat them.
And maybe, Sip, I'm just a little too recently Nebraska influenced, where I've seen teams, and I'm not necessarily talking about Matt Rule teams, but just recent teams kind of throw in the towel. I've been a little surprised that Penn State hasn't thrown in the towel this year. With the talent that they have, knowing that, they've got a brighter future in a league that'll make them a heck of a lot more money, and yet they have kept fighting. And so now I am under the assumption that the towel throwing isn't going to happen. This is their last home game. It's senior day. They're going to be playing at night, and Nebraska's going to get Penn State's best shot.
I think so. I mean, it's even so we had the conversation about Penn State's talent level as a perceived national title contender, like a leading national title contender. I think character figures into that discussion too. It was a team with dudes. I mean, a team with high level athletes that are interested in playing at a high level. It wasn't a band of misfits. It's not a program that's had a bunch of character issues of late. So yeah, high character guys with a lot of talent. That's what you'll see in this game, and I imagine they'll bring it. You wonder a little. I just don't even think it's a conversation that what if Nebraska gets up by 3 scores, would they go away? Why do I say that's not a conversation? Because I can't envision it.
You can't envision them getting up by the 3 scores?
I can't envision Nebraska that. I can't envision Nebraska getting up by 3 scores.
Yeah.
Like it did against UCLA. I think I'm glad John Butler alluded to the environments. The environments will be, it doesn't get much different than the Rose Bowl and Happy Valley State College. It really doesn't get that much different.
Yeah.
In the course of a season, you go to LA and it's very comfortable. And that day, guys, you didn't need a coat. I mean, it was short pants day, and it was sunny and like Holgerson said, the ball was sticky. It was sticking in Latif's hand. You know how that goes. You've thrown football, then you get out to a place like Happy Valley, and it won't be thick. It'll be cold. The ball will feel different. It won't travel exactly the same as it did in LA. It'll be harder. Everything will feel harder. So now, what's that look like for particularly Latif?
What side of the ball are you more confident in Nebraska executing well, offense or defense?
Oh, that's a good question, because I'm not sure they're going to be able to run it, Nebraska. And so I don't know I don't think they're going to be able to. I don't know if I got to be careful a little bit here. I have to look, and I apologize, Tuesday. I don't know exactly how teams have run on them of late. I've watched them. I don't think Indiana ran really well against them.
Sip, I can tell you. That's rush offense, rush defense. Michigan State 101, 4.6 yards a carry. Indiana 108, but only 3.5 yards a carry. Ohio State.
Maybe you can't. Yeah, you might be able to run it right at them.
164 for Ohio State, 5.1 yards
and
a
their
carry.
rushing offense isn't very good.
And Iowa went for 245, 7.4 yards a carry. But interesting, the two teams with the running quarterback, UCLA and Iowa, and of course that was the big Nico game.
Oh yeah,
269 and 245. UCLA and Iowa.
Well, this might be another Emmett game then. I mean, he's fine.
Well, Emmett / TJ, but is TJ going to run it 10, 12 times?
Yeah, he ran it 5 times against UCLA. We all thought it'd be a little bit more, right?
Yep.
Ran it 5
Didn't need to, though.
31. No, didn't really need to. Probably will need to this game. So yeah, that's maybe it's another game where Emmett can carry 27 times and get 130 yards. That would help everything. So back to Josh's question, I guess more confident in the offense, because Nebraska's weakness is, but Penn State's got to try to exploit it with something that they haven't been great at this year, but they were very good at it last week.
Steve Sipple joining us.
Yeah.
On the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Bigger picture talk now. It's all in the rear view. The whole Matt Rule Penn State flirtation. How serious do you think it really was? And did Penn State actually do Nebraska a favor by firing James Franklin, Rule getting the extension, but apparently it also has opened up the checkbook of the NIL to a whole new world?
Yeah, I mean, we're reading into some stuff there, of course. A lot. We're reading into a lot. And I can't get an answer on how serious or not serious it was with Penn State. I mean, now I shouldn't play babe in the woods completely. Right out of the gate, I mean, the sources I have said it was extremely serious right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. Now, then it cooled pretty quick. I'd say within 7 days, I was sort of on red alert right out of the gate. Right out the Sunday that Franklin got fired, I was kind of put on red alert by a source, and then the source kind of cooled, did an about face on it, and then I couldn't really tell what was going on. So that's where I stood on it, and I can't tell how. My perception, based on what I know, is it was serious right out of the gate, and then for whatever reason it cooled.
Yeah, because the obvious question is who cooled on who, right?
Right.
Well, PJ Fleck came in and breathed some.
Because I was trying to remember the
cold air on the
I
whole
was trying to
situation.
remember the week, and the week that was the Minnesota week, correct? When all that stuff went down. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the conversation, the kind of the back room conversation or the low key conversation, maybe is a better way to put it, was were they distracted at Minnesota? Did that? I don't know if that. It's impossible to gauge that, right? I never really bought into it, although a lot of people said well, it's pretty clear they're distracted. I don't know. I mean, you have to almost go to individuals on the team and assess it that way, and I can't do that. So, yeah, I mean, did Penn State do Nebraska a favor? Depends what you think of Rule and the trajectory of the program right now. I think you could spin it certainly that way. It's a week-to-week assessment. I think we're in a critical part of the assessment, though. So it's kind of, I'd almost say, ask me in 2 weeks. I mean, not that these games are a referendum, but I would say we are in a critical assessment period. Not referendum on the head coach. I'm not saying that, but critical period, because you're trying to make progress over last season. That you've done that to a large extent, but you can do it to a significant extent in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, you can erase any doubt. And I wanted to ask you about like the moving forward perspective, because in your weekend column, it was titled "In Memorable Podium Session, Rule Applies Pressure on Himself and It's Sweet Music for Nebraska Fans." John and I have talked about this a couple times over the last 2 days, and that is taking him at his word in terms of them being able to land anybody they want to, keep the players that they want to. You wrote on Sunday, it remains a bit of a mystery as to why Nebraska can now go get anybody at once. I'm curious, why do you think it's a mystery? Is it that you think that the NIL was in a spot where that was always going to be the case, and so you're a little perplexed, or is it something else?
Well, I mean, again, I don't want to pretend like I don't talk to people. I've talked to people that are directly involved. They didn't understand where it was coming from. So I don't know what it. I still don't know what it means. The conversation is so. It's hard to have because everybody kind of plays by different rules in this current state of college football, right?
Yes.
When we talk about paying players, yeah, you got the rev share and that's all good. But as far as NIL, it's not like you can just say, hey, we're going to pay this guy $2 million. Got to get it through the clearinghouse. So I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Not that I worry about it that much. If he says they got the, if they got the money to compete, that is good enough for me. I don't necessarily need to know exactly how they're doing it. Now, maybe that sounds a little defeatist, but those answers are almost impossible to get.
And the big thing about it is, and I explained this yesterday, if you're a baseball team, if you're a professional baseball team, if you're an NFL team, everyone knows what the salary cap and or the luxury tax is. They know what teams are bringing in. They know what the contracts are. Everyone knows everything. When Kyle Schwarber signs his next free agent deal, we know exactly what it's going to be for. There is the ability to say that you have the money and that you tried to spend it, but somebody went another direction, and there's no actual proof of what you offered or what the other team is paying that same player. So you do have the cover of the vagaries of the current college world where this stuff is not for public record unless you want to make it public.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, vagaries is a good word for all of this. There's a lot of that. We don't. I mean, we make a lot of assumptions, and I do it. Like I'll say things like Pritchett's $1 million player. You're just kind of going by the market. That's what left tackles. Highly regarded left tackles coming from a power conference school. That's $1 million usually. But I can't really exactly tell you what Dylan Raiola's making. I don't know what he's making. I have some idea, but it's some idea. That's where we're at. That's what I mean when I say, I know it sounds defeatist to say, like, I can't pinpoint exactly what Rule's talking about, but there's a large part of me says I'm not too worried about it. Why would you? Because it's hard to, it's really difficult to ascertain how it all happens right now.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com. It's going to be such an interesting next couple of months after we get past the games.
Oh, yeah.
So interesting.
Yeah, it's already interesting.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. There's no, I have no problem. Like, there's some games that my attention sort of wanes, and not these next two.
No.
It's interesting on several levels.
And then you and I, Sipple, will start the countdown to the 2026 season. It'll be here before you know it.
See, you're doing it again.
Aren't you excited, Sipple, for more football in a year? How great will that be?
We're not even done with this year.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is there's a lot to cover during the calendar year.
For sure.
Yeah,
January,
like other sports.
No, not for Sipple and me.
No, I'm football.
Sipple ain't caring about no baseball. Though you keep including wrestling in your tunnel talk recently, and so I just scroll on past those.
Wow, Mark Manning's going to come here and put you in a hammerlock.
Oh,
lock.
That's
I
not a
like
real thing.
basketball too. I do. I
Yeah.
do. It's fun, but no, football drives the bus here.
Yep, it does. I couldn't agree with you more.
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone's ever denied that.
Choo choo.
Thank
you, Sipple.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right, thank you guys.
Bye-bye.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
It's weird to hear you just call him Steven.
I know.
You brought up a great point in the Penn State conversation. Running quarterback stuff. Look at the teams. Look at the two teams that have running quarterbacks. Iowa put up a lot of yards on the ground, and I believe one of those was a long run by Gronowski.
Yes,
And
it set up the game-winning touchdown.
UCLA put up a lot of yards on the ground, and they pulled the upset. The question is, how many times will Latif run? I think Sipple was right. He ran less than we would have expected him to run in the win over UCLA.
But then the question is how, because I think it was very selective in what they were doing.
Purpose.
Because there is still a concern about ball security.
Absolutely. He put the ball on the turf 3 times.
And there's also a concern about his health.
Yeah, you don't want him to get banged up. You didn't want it. Certainly, he can't get banged up because the backup behind him it's a big time problem.
Oh my God, Jack Mitchell is going to eat you alive.
Well,
the Gramstad pilled boys.
Yeah, he can deal with it. He'll be okay. But in all seriousness, like, you do not want him to get hurt.
Here are some examples thanks to Michael Severe. Chubba Purdy, remember him?
Chubba.
14 for 74. Dante Moore, 10 for 38. Nico, 16 for 153 and 3 touchdowns. TJ's not doing that. Mark Gronowski, 9 for 130 and 2 touchdowns. Sayan, only 2 for 13. Mendoza, 6 for 37 and a touchdown. And Milosevic of Michigan State, 6 for 16.
Those are some good numbers, Sipple.
They are some good numbers. Thank you, Michael. But, yeah, how much is Nebraska going to want to run TJ Latif?
And then how many times will they want to run Emmett Johnson? He has been nearing the 30 carry mark in each of the last 3 games. He's rushed for 20 plus in 4 of the last 5. The only time he didn't was the dumb loss to Minnesota.
Yeah. There has to be the threat of the quarterback run. TJ doesn't have to be Nico.
And the threat of the pass, too.
He doesn't have to be Gronowski. But the threat of it has to be there to make everything else a little scary.
And I think you, as someone who maybe was a little quicker to be critical of Dana Holgorsen, like, we would all agree his best play calling of the season was against the Bruins. All right, let's see what you got now in this environment. Against this defense is better than the one
Correct.
that you just played against Deni Dennis Sutton, a guy who can get after the quarterback, even though, as Sipple said, he only has 5 sacks this year. Like, what can you do against this group? You know? And then on the other side, that's why I asked that question. What side are you more confident in? I don't have an answer. Are you more confident in the offense with the true freshman quarterback making his second career start
in a real road environment?
In a real road environment where the weather won't be as nice as LA, you know, with
By
that
the way,
offensive coordinator that you're still at times doubting, or is it the other side of the ball with the great pass defense, but a rushing offense for Penn State that has 2 really good backs? What side are you more confident
they
in?
will pound the crap out of you.
Yeah. If anything, you know, what did you call it with Lincoln Riley? The derp. Koldenecki, Andy Koldenecki, the OC of Penn State, he can get in his weird bag of tricks a little too often, you know, where he's like, the weird, strange plays. Let me pull out these. Sometimes it works.
But has he been doing that since Drew Aller left due to injury?
Not as much, I don't think.
Because they've been a little bit more reserved.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, and now his name escapes me, the defensive coordinator who came over from Ohio
Jim
State.
Knowles.
Thank you. That defense has struggled this year, even though it's talented. And it seems like from kind of listening to the discourse and reading some of the stuff out of State College, it's a very complicated defense, picking up some of the intricacies of it, perhaps causing a problem as well.
Perhaps. Coming up next, what will the CFP committee do with Alabama?
Oh, we got to get
and
to the
Oklahoma.
Playoffs. Oh, my gosh.
Next on 1620 The Zone. Blue Collar Boxing is back on Friday, December 12th, Baxter Arena. Local union members face off in the ring for charity. Proceeds benefit the Nebraska Center for Workforce Development and Education and United Way of the Midlands. More details can be found on 1620thezone.com. So it is time to examine what the committee might do tonight. Let's take a look at how we would rank them if we were the committee, the whole committee, and nothing but the committee. What did we do with Alabama? What did we do with Oklahoma?
So we're starting with our prediction of the committee.
No, this is what we would vote.
What we would do. And remember last week, one of our intrepid listeners was like, whoa, where's Miami? Why in the world do you have them behind Notre Dame? They beat Notre Dame. I have adjusted, as has John Bishop.
So we agree on the top 5.
Well,
Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech.
Yes, never mind.
In that order.
Yes.
Now things start to shuffle 6 through 10. I have Ole Miss at number 6. You have put Oklahoma not only 6th, but 2 spots against over Ole Miss. Ole Miss won in Norman.
Crap, they did win in Norman, didn't they? Dude, I forgot about that, even though that was like 2 weeks ago. Rats. All right, never mind. Flip those 2 teams around. Because Oklahoma has better wins.
Yes, they do.
But you're right. Head-to-head, I'm an idiot. I apologize. I've made a huge mistake.
Now,
what's wrong with you?
Now, okay, so you'll flip those 2, so ignore
Flip
that.
those 2.
But you still have Oregon wedged in at number 7. I put Oregon behind Ole Miss and Oklahoma. Ole Miss has a better resume than Oregon. And Oklahoma, even though they have one more loss, has a better resume than Oregon.
Yeah, I just think
Oregon's best win is against Iowa. No offense, Iowa.
No,
that's a four-loss team.
you're right. You're right. Ole Miss's best win is definitely better than Oregon's best win. I just think Oregon is I think they're a better team. Like sometimes, for me, my rankings are not just like straight up resume. It is taking into account now who would I pick to win in the games. And so I think Oregon's a better football team, even though admittedly Ole Miss has the much better win. The unforgettable win over Oklahoma that I definitely did not forget this morning when I sent you, or this afternoon with a full belly when I sent you my top 10.
Now, 9 and 10. We both corrected.
Yes.
We both have Miami in at number 9.
Yes.
I have kept Alabama in the top 10. You have Notre Dame at 10. In other words, I've dropped Notre Dame completely out.
Yes.
But upon further review, look at Alabama and who they've beaten.
No, their resume is...
What's Notre Dame's best win?
Notre Dame,
USC.
Notre Dame, yes. And I think that was an impressive win.
It's a good win.
Alabama has
but Oklahoma's
more.
got more impressive.
Well, they have the Georgia win.
Georgia win
is
win.
automatically
It's
better.
the best win on...
It's the best one on the
ledger.
board. They're the first one-loss team on the entire list. First one-loss team on the entire list. I think in the end, it's the running game for me with Alabama that drops them just a little bit. I think they've been kind of on the wild side over the last month or so. Now, they've been winning the game, so like in the end...
Easy to be on the wild side, though, when you're playing on nothing but ranked teams.
That's true. They've been on the wild side. The South Carolina game, was not anything really special. They very much could have lost that game. Notre Dame is kicking the crap out of teams right now. I think that they're playing really good football. You could certainly, you could very much sell me on Alabama being there, though, above them. You could very much sell me on that.
All right, so then when it comes to what we predict the committee will
Now,
do.
I'm swinging for the fences with my first thing in here, and that's number 3. I think they're going to move Georgia up above Texas A&M.
Really? Why?
I think they're going to say Texas A&M, play with their food. They love doing this crap. They love putting one-loss teams above undefeated teams. They've done it before. This would not be the first time that they have ever done it. But you start talking about resumes. Who's Texas A&M beating, John? Who's Texas A&M beating this year? Look up and down their schedule, man. They have beaten. Is Missouri the best team that they have beat? I believe it is. They beat Florida. They beat LSU, not ranked. They beat Missouri. They beat Arkansas. They beat Notre Dame. Gosh, I always forget about that damn Notre Dame.
Yeah, they've got Notre Dame.
I think I just, part of this was, again, so I wanted to swing for the fences a little bit and get maybe a little too cute, but I almost wonder if they're going to punish Texas A&M for that performance.
Well, they didn't punish Indiana. Indiana came as close to losing
Yeah, but Indiana's also been
woebegone Penn State.
They've also boat raced everybody, and that was their first close game. Whereas A&M has played with their food in multiple matchups so far this season.
A&M.
Also, I totally screwed up that Oklahoma Ole Miss thing again.
Rats. I mean, the last time that A&M played with their food
Wasn't it Arkansas?
was Auburn.
Auburn.
Oh, Arkansas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and how many
Arkansas.
points did they allow?
42.
Yeah.
Well, but they also allowed 40 to Notre Dame,
No,
but
I know.
scored 41.
Again.
I think you might be overthinking it just a little bit.
You're probably right. And I screwed up the Ole Miss Oklahoma situation. I'll go Ole Miss. Well, last week they had Oregon above Ole Miss. So I wonder if it will go Oregon 6, Ole Miss 7, Oklahoma 8.
See, I think they're just going to move everybody up a spot and then slide Oklahoma in at number 8.
Well, remember, though,
that's
Oregon,
what I think the committee will do.
But Oregon was above Ole Miss last week. Remember, you and I argued about that, and the committee did put Oregon above them in last week's rankings. So if that remains the case, let me pull them up real fast. Because you and I talked about that last Tuesday.
I thought Ole Miss was already ahead of Oregon last week in the committee rankings. Weren't they?
Oh, I guess they were. They were 7 and Oregon was 8.
Yeah, I think they were. I think they're
them.
just going to slide everybody up who was
And then-
behind Alabama up 1, and then Oklahoma they'll slot in at number 8. Now, would it surprise me
If they jumped
think
Oregon?
if they think the same way we do and they put Oklahoma above Oregon?
Oklahoma,
no, but
way
I
better
think,
wins than Oregon. Right?
Yeah.
Way better wins, not just win, way better wins than Oregon. They got the Texas game, and dude, they didn't just beat Alabama, they did it on the road. And I also wonder if they're going to start looking, and they have the Michigan win in their back pocket too. Also start if they're going to eventually start, Mateer was hurt and they rushed him back. Like that might start working in their favor, oddly.
One thing that we haven't really factored in much is the whole game control thing. And if you follow Adam McClintock on Twitter, he does a great job of predicting what the committee will do, and then he comes back a day later and shows you the resumes with the strength of record and the game control.
Yeah.
And in a lot of that stuff, this is where Notre Dame gets a lot of bonus points, and maybe a team like Oklahoma does not. I do wonder if Oklahoma being dominated in terms of game control, but still winning, will come back, and maybe they won't bump Oklahoma up as far as we both think they will.
Interesting. I mean, gosh,
because, if you look at the analytics, Oklahoma should not have won that game. Their post-game win expectancy was like 4.5%.
Took a lot of turnovers from Alabama.
But as we know, when you get a lot of turnovers and still win the game,
especially if it's close,
you might as well have won it by 50.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right. And Jordan says Josh OK keeps forgetting games that have been played. I don't know why I'm having such a brain fart with these Ole Miss
he's
games.
already thinking ahead to next year. Typical Josh, fast forwarding everything. Meanwhile, I want to go back in time. I want to make everyone young again.
I mean, I do like early September when the sun's setting late and football has a whole year to go.
What about June when it's setting really late and the weather's even warmer?
I was enjoying my books that I was reading back then. So, okay, I'm going to fix mine on the fly then real fast.
All right.
I still think they're going to do something dumb with Georgia. So I'm going to say Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, A&M, Texas Tech. That part's easy. Then I will go Ole Miss 6, and I think they will have Oklahoma hop Oregon because their resume is better, and then Oregon, and then they'll go Notre Dame, Bama. I think that is certainly where they're going to stick, unless the pressure on this Miami stuff is going to get to them, because people have been saying that now for a week.
Yeah.
Like how? Because here's the thing, and gosh, we don't have time, but there was a comment in the chat earlier today, Texas getting in if they were to win out at 9-3, and that debate. If they would not have played Ohio State and they play some woebegone G5 team and they win that, they're a 10-2 football team. Should we be punishing them for playing Ohio State and losing all the way back in week 1? Like, these are tough questions that I think a lot of people are going to start asking. And so I do wonder if at any point the pressure of Miami versus Notre Dame will get to them, because if it doesn't, then why would anyone schedule tough in the non-conference? That is not a good thing. If we're going to play these football games, you have to use the data if all things are equal. And that's what their argument would be. All things are not equal. Look at Miami lately. Look at them over the last month. Look at X, Y, and Z. Look at Notre Dame since then. But it's like, okay, but if if you're going to play those games in September because it's week 1, you can't throw that out. You can't just say, well, it was week 1. Then why do it?
Yeah, because all you're doing is encouraging
bingo
Big Ten behavior, which is let's just not schedule anyone good in the non-conference.
And I don't want that. I don't want teams to say they punished or they didn't give Miami credit for a week 1 win because it was week 1.
I agree.
Again, I don't think Texas is a playoff worthy team. I don't think they are a good enough team. They took Kentucky and Mississippi State took them to overtime. They are not good. But why play in a team like Ohio State if they're just going to punish you ultimately by not getting the playoff? Now, thankfully, in the SEC, they are making teams play power conference schools moving forward. So the answer of why do it? Because they're going to be forced to by their league, which I enjoy.
But the league could easily rescind that.
They could if they see it.
They could do it like that if they see the committee's behavior is the opposite.
Correct. And so that's why I don't want Texas to make the playoff. And for the record, I think they're going to lose to Texas A&M, and this conversation will be, useless. But I mean, it's a really interesting conundrum that the committee would find themselves in.
Coming up next in content, more on James Franklin and his new gig.
Oh, that's exciting.
And Shedeur Sanders and Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce shaking hands emoji.
Oh.
But I don't think they like the reason why they're shaking hands. 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, doesn't mean I remember anything about it. It wasn't that good a show.
I know. I just am laughing.
This ain't the damn Sopranos.
We've had the conversation.
I know every word in that story. I don't know nothing. I don't remember anything about Westworld.
That doesn't look like anything to me.
Cool.
Just because it's our cornerstone, we can't help it.
Talk to me. Don't look at.
I don't know why
Talk
you
to
keep
him. Don't look at
referencing
me.
a show that HBO won't even keep on their own website because it's like, hell, no one's going to watch this crap anymore.
That's true.
By the way, that is something I really enjoy about YouTube TV.
The unlimited DVR.
Well, it's that, but all the
ESPN
stuff,
channels.
all the stuff. Like I've been rewatching Curb. It's all right there on YouTube TV. I don't have to go over to HBO Max because it's already populating over there. And the same thing eventually is going to happen with the ESPN Unlimited stuff. And now that
it's
we're
like all 30 for
and
30?
YouTube TV, if you have YouTube TV, you're going to get ESPN Unlimited. So Josh
Wait,
is
did they announce that?
Eventually, that's part of the deal.
Oh, okay.
Now I don't. In fact, well, if you log into your ESPN app, you should have ESPN Unlimited, which means you should be able to watch like WWE pay-per-views.
Okay, I don't want that garbage, John. But thank you. This is great information, though.
But when we do a whole show on WrestleMania, you'll be able to watch it now.
That will be Jimmy Allen will fill
Is
in
the
for me.
Run in Wrestling connection coming back?
No.
Yeah, it'll just be the wrestling.
Jimmy does it WWE podcast. You guys can do that show together.
I forgot about that.
I didn't know that.
That's so mean. He's right outside this door.
He does a lot of things.
He
He's a busy man.
He tweeted about it yesterday.
His tweets don't show up on my For You tab much.
What about your regular tab?
I never check my regular tab. I'm a For You guy.
You are a freak.
Wow, Nick's a For You
I have
guy.
been the whole time.
Of course, I would hate to see Nick's For You.
Yeah, it's probably sloppy.
It's a lot of chess and Formula One.
Yeah, we're
chess,
at
Formula One.
We're at lunch today. And
Socialism.
I look over at the table with Nick and Jimmy. They're sitting there both on their phones, and Nick is playing chess. Have a conversation, Nick, with a human being.
We had conversations while we were eating.
And then you played chess.
Yeah, after we were done
mean,
having a conversation.
Michael and I are literally sitting there at 16:20 the pregame. We got people coming up to us while we are talking to each other on the air, trying to talk to us. And here's Nick. I mean,
two to 4-8.
Head
Doesn't
couldn't
make any
be.
sense.
I mean,
Got him.
his head couldn't be any further down. The only way his head is.
Whoa.
It can't be any further
That's
down
what
is because
he
it hits his chest. And he's got his head down.
You're
in
like,
his
I gotta
phone,
find
just
Bubba.
totally ignoring and oblivious to what's happening in front of him.
I'm not ignoring anybody. If somebody comes up to me, I talk to them. I have a conversation with them. The problem is, most of the time they come up to me, they're like, "Hey, can you get us a drink?" No, I can't.
There have been times where I have I've been seeing it out of the corner of my eye, and I'm waving, and Nick's down here on his phone like this, and someone's
John,
trying to get his
so you're
attention.
saying someone could come up and say, "Hey, what's this week's zone deal to again?" And then you would say, "It's of course to Backlot Pizza and Kitchen," but you're on the air, and so Nick should be able to tell them off the air that they specialize in Detroit style pizza.
Right.
It's going to be available Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com.
Right.
But instead, you're looking at him, and then you're mouthing like a pizza, and Nick's like, "Chess, rook 2 to 4-8."
That's not a thing. That's not notation.
That's what you're doing. By the way, listen to the Happer Show this week for your chance to win $50 worth of gift vouchers.
I would destroy you in chess.
Yeah, I don't know how to play.
Loser.
I can do checkers.
As we discussed yesterday, James Franklin is now the new head man in Blacksburg. What kind of run do you think he'll have there?
Michael was doubtful he could win a conference title. I mean, it's the ACC.
That's stinky.
It's the ACC. I think he's got a great chance. People forget he won a Big Ten title at Penn State.
Exactly. He was a top 4 team in the Big Ten all the time.
All the time.
I don't know why he couldn't do that there and then leave and go to Virginia Tech and have a similar amount of success. Florida State is in all sorts of trouble right now. Clemson has certainly taken a bit of a step back.
Yep.
Miami always farts around.
Yep.
Look, do I think he's a great game day coach? Of course not. He's a really good talent evaluator. He's
Yes,
a
he
really
is.
good recruiter, and he's a really good culture guy.
Yep.
I think they can challenge for it. So, yeah, I think they'll be a playoff contender. They will probably falter in big games against the rare top 10 teams they play.
Mhm.
But thankfully, in the ACC, you don't have a lot of top 10 games. Boom. Look at that.
The only thing he has to worry about is Bill Belichick.
That is definitely the only thing he has to worry about.
Josh,
Nick,
the Cowboys actually won a game last night.
Oh, we're back.
And did so without CD Lamb or George Pickens playing on the first drive.
Yes.
That's the rest of that sentence.
That is
I
the
know it
rest-
sounded like I was done with the sentence,
Yeah.
but I wasn't.
They both scored touchdowns.
Brian Schottenheimer were mum about what they were doing. There were some things that were missed. What do you think happened?
Well, the game was in Las Vegas. My guess is they stayed out a bit too late. A bit too late. As one of the Cowboys podcasters that I listened to said on their postgame show last night, let's hope that they hadn't told their ladies that they were in bed and following the curfew, because if so, Schottenheimer might have just told on them on accident.
Well, we've gone this far into the season without a stupid Cowboys off-field thing, so maybe this will be it.
Great job
CeeDee
by
Lamb
Shoddy.
and George Pickens will now, thanks to Shoddy, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are going to have to explain things to their dates.
How about that? Establishing culture. Good job establishing culture.
The Schottenheimers have never had a problem establishing culture. It's the rest of it, like establishing Super Bowl wins.
By the way, or
I've
even
been
getting
a-
there,
I've
I thought
been
of
a-
you
I've been a
when
hard
CeeDee
time.
Lamb scored the touchdown, because he did the thing that I saw
It's
you
so
tweet about the other day.
stupid.
You
I
like that
hate
less than this.
I do. The sniffing the finger was dumb. This is dumber because it makes it look like you're mimicking an elephant.
We need to get a Gen Zer on to talk about what it means.
They wouldn't be able to explain it. They can't even explain the damn 6'7" thing. So they're not going to be able to explain this.
We have explained the 6'7" thing. It's nothing. It's based off of a
Exactly.
basketball player and then a song, and then it went viral.
There you go, John.
God, your generation's dumb.
What does Shedeur Sanders have in common with Joe Burrow, Luka Doncic, Patrick Mahomes, and Travis Kelce? He was playing his sport while someone was breaking into his house.
Wow.
Approximately $200,000 worth of items were taken. Should it be a badge of honor that he shares this distinction?
What a spin zone, Nick.
I mean,
Only the GOATs have this happen to them? Is that what you're saying, John?
I didn't see exactly what was stolen. It's probably like two of his. What was the word he was using during the draft? What was his slogan? Wasn't it unbeatable or something,
I don't
or
know.
unbreakable? Or
Congrats on the house, by the way, Shedeur. Must be nice.
It must be nice. Do you have $200,000 worth of how much the items in your house? If you added all them up,
$2.
And what's your address?
When you first
$2.
What's your social security number?
What's my social security number?
What was your mother's
3.
maiden
Not
name?
counting my cars. Nice, John. Not counting the cars. I mean, I don't know. Probably got like 10 grand worth of stuff. I don't think I have that much stuff.
What do you mean? You got 3 TVs.
Yeah,
That's
but
got to be worth at least $5,000.
And the 4-car toaster.
Dude,
And the 4-car.
I mean, that was like $30. Wow, it's already over?
It was then.
Hey, I spent all that time writing questions, and then Nick just asked 3 of them.
Crazy.
Were you both trying to be on the internet this morning when things were broken, when the Cloudflare was down?
Only Twitter. By the way,
On3 was down.
Isn't it Cloudflare?
I thought it was Cloudflare. Is it Cloudflare?
Well, it's a Formula One sponsor. Cloudflare is.
Okay, maybe I typed
Should it concern us that this seems to be a thing
Cloudflare.
that happens so frequently?
Does it really happen that
Yes,
frequently?
major websites have been going down multiple times over the last 3 months, and because
Well,
every
when was
website,
the last one?
Amazon.
Today.
The last one was today, but before that it was Amazon, and these websites do that thing where Amazon runs a bunch of websites.
AWS.
Yeah, it's just it keeps happening.
I couldn't read Sipple's column this morning.
It's happened a lot this year. It's not good.
I mean,
must have
things
been
do
sleeping
break every now and
Were
then.
you sleeping in, John? Shout out to you, bro.
No,
Getting your
no, I
rest?
noticed that Twitter was down, but by the time I got, Wrigley taken care of and the garbage and all that, by the time I got downstairs, it was fixed.
Wow, that must be nice. I was like, I can't read Sipple. How am I going to prep for Sipple?
Newspaper.
I'm not going to listen to his. No, he doesn't write for those anymore.
Maybe
Just get
he
your
should do a
Husker
newspaper.
Online newspaper.
Yeah,
I should have
available at
asked.
They call it
Casey's.
Husker Offline.
Okay, that was pretty good, Nick. Well done by you.
Thank you.
Nick,
well done
Nick,
by you.
You get one of these.
Pardon me while I stand up and applaud.
Excellent job, Nick.
Learn chess notation.
Ah.
What's for dinner to wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Thanks to everybody who participated, and it was fun to see everybody downstairs today for our potluck.
John, thank you for the tea.
Yeah, good food.
Thank you for reminding me that I got to grab my leftovers out of
Yes.
the fridge.
Oh, yeah. I believe tonight will be Slobby Joe, Slobby Joe.
Manwich or homemade?
Manwich.
Nice.
Bummer.
I actually like it. You know,
Because of the nostalgia, or because you actually like it?
No. Because I've started. Now you're gonna hate this, but I've started putting a little mustard on my sandwich with some jalapenos.
All right, I do like that.
Good.
Or pickles if we don't have sliced jalapenos.
I like to have a handful of Ruffles on the bottom of my plate, so then when the Sloppy Joe mix falls out, I also have sloppy nachos.
Oh, we have Ruffles.
I went out and I had Runza recently with Stibbs and Ian, and I didn't realize that the Runza burgers came with ketchup and mustard until it was too late, and so I ate it, though. I didn't throw it out. So
surprising.
Congratulations to me.
You're getting older by the day.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I mean,
Trying to
literally.
clear out the fridge. We have a little leftover pizza, so I think I'm just going to do that. I was thinking about going to the store. I got to walk Banks, though, and so
You get to walk back.
I get to walk Banks. So if I go to the store and then I get the food and then I walk Banks and then I cook, it was going to be brats. I was going to have brats.
Nice.
So I was like, man, I don't want to eat at 8. So just leftovers.
Something with chicken. I saw chicken thong this morning when I left.
Chicken. You want some chicken?
Exactly.
Nice.
How many times does Banks poop on a walk?
Just one. Most of the time. He a couple of doubles. But when he has the second one,
daily double,
they're usually like
a
little stringy and
Mhm.
squishy. Usually he's a one guy. He's a one poop guy.
I mean, Wrigley's lifetime average now, I think, is now getting
It's
to
above
2.
2. Whoa.
There have been some 3 poop walks before.
Whoa. So after the first
so
one,
I've learned just to take the whole roll of bags and not just rip off a couple of them.
Oh, we
because
always-
I am never.
I
I
tell
never.
rookie, you always got to take the whole roll.
we have ours.
Yeah,
hang-
but I don't like carrying the damn.
See,
roll.
we have a little holder that hangs on the leash.
We have that too.
We
It's
used to
nice.
have one of those, but it broke.
I have a second one if you'd like it. A second poop
second
bag
poop
holder
bag has hit the
Bishop household. I could bring it if you want it. It's nice.
Those things rock.
It's because that's how it
But
used
then
to
you
be.
got to reload the damn thing.
But then you always have them. You know how nice that is. I mean, gosh, in your life, that's a lot of pooping.
That is a lot of pooping.
Yeah, his first one are usually pretty big.
She's a
Plus,
poopy
if you
puppy.
ever have an emergency situation, you could use it for you too.
That's a great point, Nick.
Oh yeah, that would have helped me that one time.
That's true.
No, it wouldn't have, because that wasn't the kind you were going to be able to pick up. If you know what I mean.
Ah,
It was pretty
Sloppy
bad.
Joe.
It was Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe.
Mhm.
All right, tomorrow I'll be back in the jail cell.
Nice.
See ya.
Bye.